Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Box3 Motorsports here on Twitch. It has been just a little while since you've seen us, but we're back. We're ready for a 4-hour race in Spain today. Joining me in the booth, as always, Mr. Phil Milby, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Numbers, we call him. Sim Racing's version of Rain Man. How are you today, sir?
I've never been compared to Rain Man before. I've been compared to David Cross, but not Rain Man.
Well,
I'm doing great, Molson. I hope you had a good break as well, and I'm really looking forward to 4 hours around Barcelona. Should be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun today. Also joining us for the first time, and hopefully covering many races in the future, Mr. Kevin Silvares. Kevin, how are you today, sir?
Hello. I'm so pleased and excited to be here with you. I'm a bit nervous. I'll do my best to entertain you.
Excellent. Don't worry about being nervous. We're going to get to it today. Again, we are in Spain. Now, I have been told the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. I can tell you that's a lie. It mainly falls in northern New York, apparently, all summer long, and has been driving me insane, which also rhymes with Spain and plain and all that, but I digress. We are starting off with qualifying right now, and a total of 23 teams on track here in Barcelona, getting ready for today's race. And we're going to run through those here in just a few moments. Let's get over there to our main camera. A lot of new faces, and this is a good thing. I love that we have new people that come into the league and sign up for these one-off events. I know there are more being planned that we will certainly hear about over on the Discord very soon. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. And between now and then, we do have pub servers running all the time that you guys can jump in and race like a pub lobby with your fellow league members. Or you can spin an event if you'd like to. We can talk about that too. Let's take a look at it. Running it down, starting us off today, Mr. John Gray is back in the 805 Mercedes.
That is a little out of character for him. I've been used to seeing John Gray rolling the Aston Martin, so interesting to see how he performs in the AMG.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see a lot of things today. And new drivers, that's kind of what we were talking about before. New drivers always bring something to the table, right? We don't know them. And so mixing them in with our regulars, I can't wait to see how everybody gets on today. John Gray right there, but just now getting pushed out of P1 by Anthony Van Hove, and getting pushed again by Evgeny Kidovich. I'm sorry, again, new people. Kildashev. Evgeny Kildashev. Nathaniel Fever on track. I gotta turn off the autopilot. It keeps changing cars on me without my permission. Let's get back up to the top as things jump around during qualifying. Anthony Van Hove in the number 835 leading right now. Damian Honzik in the number 11. What I'm very happy about today, Phil, is we looking at these, and Kevin, you as well. There's a really great mix of manufacturers on track today. It doesn't look as though there's like one dominant manufacturer out there. Maybe more Ferraris than anything, but not by a massive amount.
I would actually say the dominant car right now probably would be McLaren, at least from what I've seen. But
Okay.
I'm kind of curious what you think, Kevin, because my question is I really feel like the era that we're in right now with the 1.9 series of patches, I feel like this is probably the closest the meta has been in a while. I'm kind of curious what you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, everything is a bit more closer. I remember back 1 year ago or 2 years ago when the M4s were dominating every race they were in.
The dark times.
Yeah. But yeah, we have a lot of manufacturers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting with the number of manufacturers that we have and the closeness of the patch. For your money, though, around Barcelona, Kevin, what do you feel like is the car to be in right now?
To be honest, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious too, because I was expecting to see even more McLarens in the field than we ended up with. But seeing Ferraris that far up the top kind of has me interested in that. One lone Lamborghini inside the top 5, also kind of interesting. M4s seem to have fallen off around here, but it could be that we're also, yeah, we need more Porsches. Of course, you would say that, Retro. Anyway,
Yeah,
I just
I
personally,
agree.
okay, all right. So we know where Kevin is on the putting the engine in the wrong part of the car. So the thing that I find interesting about the field right now, so M4 seem to be dropping down a little bit in the order, but it also could just be a mixture of new drivers in combination with the field itself. But yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what these AMGs can do in the field, especially with someone like John Gray and Timothy Glendinning driving around in these AMGs. I'm wondering if they can extract a little bit of pace and move up the order. John Gray inside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like Gray, who typically we see run a very speedy driver here at Box 3, right? Changing up cars, to your point, that's a little different, right?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if he knows something about the AMG and Barcelona that we don't know.
Yeah, that would be a fun thing to find out. And we're going to get to see all that happen kind of in real time on Pitwall Live. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on this to figure out who's really got the race pace right now, because it does look like single lap pace. Ferraris are no slouch.
Yeah.
Because there's about a half second between the top 4, and 3 of them are Ferraris, with the Van Hove in holding the penultimate, or not the penultimate, but the provisional pole.
Yeah, right now, just trying to get in here and look at some of these times. I mean, yeah, Van Hove's holding 4/10 over Damian Konzik up front. That's a wide spread, right? We don't typically see a spread that wide when it comes to our races. It just doesn't, the top 5 are typically within a 1/10 of a second of each other, and suddenly he's holding 4/10 up. And again, we'll see where that lands. But right now, no one else on track pushing to take over that purple lap position. El Poco Loco, the number 33 car, in 3rd right now. Nathaniel Fever PHX in 4th. Thomas Mraz in 5th in the number 34 car. Ajo Horman, another new driver here with Box 3. The number 318.
I was just looking at the ACC TV app, and I'm just kind of curious right now how much the pace is going to improve over this qualifying session. We're sitting on 30 degrees track temperature, which should be, the comfortable side of warm for most of the drivers out on track. So it'll be interesting. Although Mraz in the 34 Lambo having a bit of a rally moment on the exit of the Repsol hairpin. It's just going to be, like I said, I just find it's going to be interesting right now because the conditions seem right for a 4-hour race. I'm just really interested to see how the pace continues to pick up. Although Fever in the PHX Ferrari 74 jumps 2nd, 2/10 off Van.
Yeah. Now, my understanding from Mr. Kevin Huffman was that today's race, I mean, this is a casual event, still going to have stewarding and everything. But when we say casual, I think what we mean there is that you're not going to see any rain. There's not going to be any crazy weather going on. This is designed to be a daytime, dry track, fun, just a fun race to get together for 4 hours with some people on track and see how things go. So that being the case, the hope is that we are going to stay dry the whole time, and that we won't have any issues.
I like these kinds of conditions, though. I know people like mixing it up with the wet weather. I like that too. But the thing that you get from these kinds of races in particular, when the conditions are really, really right for good quality track conditions, is it really just comes down to how well do you know the car, how well do you know your strategy.
Yeah.
Because it ain't going to be, the track didn't have the right grip. It's like if the track had the grip, it's just, did you have the setup for it?
Yep. No, it does. It really does make it down to manufacturer versus manufacturer and driver versus driver, right?
Yeah.
And it takes other variables out of the equation, which, to your point, I think is good. just get a straight up horse race instead of having to play strategy with weather. Now, that's not to say strategy doesn't come into effect. This is a 4-hour race. I want to take a look here. Where is it? Is it not? There we go. So we do have some single drivers today. John Gray was sharing the 805 car with Rick Pixel and Matt Comiskey. JS Mystery will be driving all by themselves in that number 5 car. Mikhail Kornev is sharing the car with Evgeny Kildashev. I will get that by the end of this race. Anthony Van Hove, currently in the 835 car, sharing with Matthew Beaumont. Nathaniel Fever in the number 74. Sylvain Armour will be taking over that car at some point. The number 92 piloted right now by Cameron Miller, taken over by Michael Cook later in the race, or possibly right at the beginning, as these guys will split up their qualifying. Bob Charlton sharing with Kenny O'Connor in the number 425. That's going to be that one. We're going to keep an eye on these boys today. Because Bob Charlton and Kenny O'Connor neither of those guys are slouches. And yeah, I want to see, I mean, right now sitting back in P16 for qualifying, but I'll be really curious to see how that runs with those two in that 425 car.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these drivers, because we're seeing some pairings we've never really seen together.
Mm-hmm.
And I always love to see stuff like that. Like you get a situation like that. It's just really interesting. It gives us a different look, a different feeling on what the drivers kind of can do together. Yeah. And I'm just interested to see kind of how they get on and how the driver swap strategy ends up playing a factor in the race or not.
Yep. So Chris, and to your point there, the driver, some of these guys are not swapping. So as we come into a big group of them now, Chris Finlay in the number 61 car driving solo today. Anthony Anderson, the man, the myth, the legend himself, piloting the number 16 car all alone today. Very nice dark blue livery there. Jarrett Skinner in the number 96 will be running solo along with Alex Martin. Same thing in the number 94 car. Hajo Horman is a solo driver, as is Oscar Meazza in the number 25. And there's Retro's Porsche. We got at least one Porsche on track, right? I think one's enough. I see two on the screen right now, but one's enough.
But that's all you get, Retro. Yeah, that's it.
Two.
That's all we can support.
That's all anybody can stand.
We can't do anything about it. We actually talked to SimGrid, and they're just like, yeah, we just don't allow it.
No more than 2 Porsches per race.
Yeah, that's it.
Because nobody wants to see that much suck. El Poco Loco in the number 33 car, that will be shared with Veronica Veranda later today. Thomas Mraz in the number 34, sharing with Martin Krista. Francesco Tripoli driving the 715, along with Antonio Piu. Daniel Crudo going to share with Fabio Mazza later today in the 101. Another solo driver, Timothy Glendinning, going to roll the entire 4 hours all by himself. Then we come back to Aaron Osdill, going to share with Ben Taylor. And one more solo driver, Alberto Hosius, in the number 6 car. And then we get to the 3 people teams. We did see one earlier with John Gray, Rick Pixel, Matt Comiskey, but now we've got Damian Konzik, Rainier. Oh man, TG is going to slap me for this one if he's watching today. Rainer Athenstead? There you go. And Warren Wilcock in the number 11 car. Diego Pastana, Claudio Wanmacher, and Alexandra Martin Azo. I love the international community. I just wish I could do better with saying their names.
You'll get there, man.
I will.
I believe in you. We'll get you a subscription to Duolingo. You'll be fine.
Something, right? Artem Kudasov and Max Kotov sharing the number 86. So an absolute ton of drivers on track today. As I said, I think we have 23 teams. Obviously more drivers than just the 23, so great to see everybody come together. Just 4.5 minutes left now until the start of this race. Kevin, what are you looking for today? First of all, what car are we going to see near the top? I mean, we're looking at qualifying now. Matthew Beaumont leading. We have the Ferrari up there. We have a good number of them actually up towards the front. Think that can hold for 4 hours?
That's the important thing. I mean, they're fast, at least on hot lapping, but they have to last 4 hours with pit stops.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think strategy and consistency is gonna make the big difference. But yeah, if I had to make a bet, I would say Ferrari's very strong here. The top four, 3 cars.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah,
Oh,
they seem
agreed.
strong.
Agreed. Now, let me ask both you guys, because I want both your opinions. So, again, I don't believe there is any requirement to pits today. I know there is no requirement for driver swap because we do have a lot of solo drivers. So if there's no stint timer, because there's no, and maybe Huff would tell me if there is one or not.
The site says there is.
The site says there is.
Up to four drivers per team. They are allowing solo, but it is a mandatory 65-minute stint timer.
Okay, so there's a 65 minute.
That's a good number, and that's a good number for this field too. We're not going to have anybody kind of getting nailed with like fuel bop restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really see any of the dark horse cars that have like the really massive tanks being able to just run away with it, because that 65-minute timer is going to pull them back in line.
Okay. Okay, and Huff has confirmed for us that it is on there in the chat. But yeah, that's what I was curious about. So with that 65-minute timer, what's the strategy today? Can you get away? Be doing math in my head, which I'm terrible at. Can you get away with just 3 stops?
I don't know if you can get away with just 3.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. The thing that I feel like is going to be the strategy is going to be mostly around. It's just going to be mostly around not driving beyond your limits. Barcelona is a track where if you push too hard, especially your front left, is just going to balloon. And then as you start to deal with like loss of grip due to understeer and stuff like that, it's just a problem that's going to continue to mount losses against you, because you got some really tough corners where you're going to be relying on that front left to get through with some reasonable lap time. You could even have some situations where some cars go wide on the exit of the final corner, or even wide and over the rumble strips on the exit of turn 1. So for me, my money is on people kind of sticking to the stint timer, relatively speaking, and then aiming for, hitting your numbers. It's a 4-hour race. Try not to blow up your front left.
Okay. So tires, you think tires aren't going to be a problem here at 30 degrees, right now 31C on track. Does that higher temperature play a factor in how long those tires make it, and maybe you're in before that 65-minute stint timer's up, or not? Obviously, you have to go in before, but you know what I mean. You're not waiting until the 64th or 65th minute. You're going in at 50 minutes or something like that.
So early stops for me, I just don't know if it's there right now. Early stops for me, I think people are going to try and shove those as late in the race as possible, because you really want to have that. You really want to have the power to make decisions on whether or not you can take an early stop with. You want to push that decision as far out as you can, because if you try to make that decision early and then something goes haywire with an accident or something like that, all of a sudden you now have potentially more than 4 or even 5 stops that you're going to have to do, and that's just gonna that time down pit road. Barcelona isn't long for its pit road. I mean, not the longest by a long shot, but you just definitely don't want to be taking like 30-second. Adding 30 seconds plus whatever you spend inside the box, if you don't have to. Kevin, I'm kind of curious what you think about Barcelona as a track with the tire compounds, especially with the grip in the 1.9 patch. We've got a little bit more of a drivers have to maintain a temperature window, have to maintain grip levels and stuff like that. You think Barcelona is a tougher track in 1.9 than it was in 1.8, or what do you think about that?
I couldn't really compare, but Barcelona has always been hard for me. Maybe that means that I'm a bad driver. Maybe. But yeah, that left front is horrible. When you start to overheat it, and it's very, very, very hard to cool it down. And you're gonna lose a lot of time, and you may not cool it down. So Yeah, it's very very hard for me, I think, and that's gonna be the biggest point in the strategy would be not blowing up after the titles, as you said.
So it does look like we are transitioning over to the race start session.
We are. Qualifying is done.
Man, so the 835 really putting down some really solid lap times. Getting that 0.25 on Konzik in the number 11, and two Lambos up in the top 5 as well. It's very interesting. I wonder if Anthony Anderson is going to be thinking to himself that maybe this shouldn't have been the return to Maka race for me. Maybe I should have stayed in that Lambo. We'll have to ask Ando after the race to say, hey, what's up? Why'd you switch cars? I mean, the Maka I still feel like is probably the stronger car in the current meta, but it does seem like Barcelona around here, it isn't necessarily a given that it's just going to be extracting good pace because you're in the Maka.
Alex Martin in the chat saying the BMW is a struggle bus here.
See, I'm kind of curious why that is there. I'm kind of curious why that is there, Alex. Like, maybe we should talk after the race or something about the M4, because the aero platform on the M4, to me, has always really suited this track quite well. It's definitely not the fastest car out there. It's just like first of all, the traction control system in the M4 is just amazing. Like, it is so easy. It is so easy a child could drive it. But again, extracting pace, driving safely is one thing, extracting pace is another. Yeah, all 3 at the bottom though. He's not wrong. Yeah, that is kind of, maybe I just need to shut up and actually read the screen. Looks like we got some new faces in chat as well, Molson. We got Miguel,
we do.
Salinas.
And again, I can't get the grid walk to work. There we go. So kicking it off today, Matthew Beaumont going to sit on pole position, going to share row 1 with Damian Konzik in the number 11. Nathaniel Fever in the number 74 takes up row 2 next to Thomas Mraz. El Poco Loco. I cannot wait to say that for the rest of this race, with sharing row 3 with Mikhail Kornikov, or I'm sorry, Korneve, Hajo Horman, and Jaytesh Mistry. Bringing it up, Jarrett Skinner in the number 96 car. Going to share row 5 with John Gray. Some regulars there. Anthony Anderson coming in number 11. Your point, maybe it wasn't his day. Come back to the McLaren. Daniel Crudo right there. Francisco Tripoli, the number 715 car next to Bob Charlton.
30 seconds.
Now Diego Pastrana in row 8 with Oscar Meza. Great mix today, though. I love seeing all the manufacturers. Artem Kudasov with Cameron Miller in row 9. Timothy Glendinning, one of our regulars in the number 2 car, right next door to Alex Martin in that number 94. Alberto Osius in E21 in the number 6, next to Chris Finlay. And Aaron Osdill will bring up the rear. That is a livery right there, gentlemen.
Yeah.
That is a livery. 100%.
That is, I love seeing the different liveries, man.
I know. Couple missing today. We're missing Alex Martins, which was a little scary. He usually has something really fancy cooked up, but apparently it was not ready for awesome sim racing today. Phil, walk us through, talking about Barcelona, walk us through the track. I mean, this is a long start-finish straight. So the drivers are going to come downhill very, very fast into turn 1. We've seen a lot of compression here, although this is not, I would argue this corner is not as tight as some of the others, but it's a very quick right-left. What are we looking at up front here in regards to that? Like,
I mean, this is your typical F1 style circuit with massive runoff areas and stuff like that. It's really down to drivers just need to keep their heads on straight, and just remember that the wide accepting corner entry is not the same as the narrowing and not as accepting mid and corner exit. You hit turn 1 at speed going in 3-4 wide. There's not 3-4 wide by the time you get into turn 2.
Yeah.
It is collapsed down. So some people are probably going to be taking escape roads, hitting those very aggressive rumble strips. It just needs to be cooler heads. Got to keep your head on straight going into turn 1. Keep it safe. I suspect we're probably going to see a little bit more calamity probably as they start to get towards turn 2. That is if people, like I said, aren't keeping it cool and calm. The other part of the track that I suspect on lap 1 we're going to see some interesting maneuvers is going to be into Repsol and then downhill towards the Seat hairpin. That one downhill, very easy to take an offline approach and lock up your tires. So it's going to be on the drivers to understand that their tires will not be up to temperature. They will not have maximum grip, and being offline on the marbles is particularly dangerous there. La Caixa hairpin in sector 3. Going to be interesting. That's probably going to be the prime overtaking spot on track. Slowest part of the track. People love to throw it up the inside there and then try to get racy as they go into Banque Sabadell and then over to Europe Car. Everyone's favorite 2 corners in all of motor racing, bar none, the RACC chicane is probably going to give people fits all day. And then New Holland corner, I'm looking to see who's been taking care of that front left, because exiting New Holland, you could very well see yourself going off track.
Yeah, it's very easy to get kicked out on the outside there. And as you said, the chicane, just one of everyone's absolute favorites.
Absolute favorites.
Yeah, it's my favorite corner.
Yep. I've got a picture of it. I send it out as Christmas cards.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Phil is getting paid in ramen noodles for every corner name he gets right, but no flavor packets. And we are green in Spain. We talked about that long start finish straight, and the cars are going double file into T1.
This is a little too close. Okay, we got some people backing out.
Yep, a little bit back off there.
It is definitely a few people going deep.
Going deep, but so far so good coming through Elf. No problem. Looks like we have a tap towards the back of the field.
Yeah, we had one of the M4s take the escape road.
Yeah, one of the McLarens in the wall.
So it looks like all the issues are at the back of the track here.
Yeah, I suspect that the Constantina probably caught the back runners out. Definitely seen some moves. There's bowling into the hairpin.
The number 101 car just taking it across that corner. Let's back that up a little bit, see if we can catch it. Yeah, it cuts the corner.
Yeah, he was just a passenger at that point. That is exactly what I was talking about. Cold tires, being offline. What I think happened, though, is I don't think that was necessarily he was diving for the corner. I think he was trying to avoid the car in front. I think he did not expect the cars in front to start slowing down for the Seat hairpin as soon as they did, and he took evasive action. The problem is, by that time, he's already basically at the corner apex, and he was just a missile, and that's just, you know, people make mistakes. Stuff like that happens. I definitely wouldn't call it a racing incident, but that sort of thing happens.
Oof, and we're getting tapped through the chicane. But Nathaniel Fever getting passed up by Damian Konzik and Thomas Mraz. Both cars getting around. Putting two Lambos up there. If Mraz can hold on to it. As our first lap finishes.
So Fever's lined up on Mraz into turn 1. And it looks like he's going to make it stick. 2 moves in turn 1 for the price of 1. Look at that.
I know, I see that. Lots of moving around. El Poco Loco moving up into P5 with that little move. I do want to say... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just going to say, I think the incidents that we're seeing right here, like I didn't see anything that made me feel like anybody was taking like silly risks or anything like that. I really just think it was like people not being prepared for slowdowns in some of the key areas that we talked about on the rundown.
Absolutely. We're still bunched up here. The whole group of cars coming downhill.
Yeah.
Pull this back a little bit. Mikhail Kornev holding off Hajo Horman right now. But further back, Jarrett Skinner with a group behind him. Made up of J.S. Mystery, Francesco Tripoli, and Artem Kudasov.
Jared Skinner in the Roadrunner. Not surprised to see him up towards the sharp end of this field. Gonna see what he can do in the 96 Ferrari. I think it'll be interesting. As far as race starts go, Kevin, what are your thoughts so far? It looked pretty clean to me. I mean, there were a few mistakes.
Yeah, it seemed very clean. We had a drive-through for car number 6 now at the back of the grid. I think he was not in the incorrect place at the start of the race.
Oh, okay.
Happens at Barcelona all the time.
But yeah, it seemed pretty clear. We have like, I think two crashes.
Oh, Jared Skinner, John Gray come together on the exit of turn 1.
Let's back up here a little bit. We'll go watch that real quick.
I just think they were racing each other hard. I just think that one part of the car touched the other part of the car, and people went spin. Oh no, that is terrible. Lambo comes back on track, catches 2 of the McLarens on the exit of turn 2.
Oh no.
That is unfortunate. That is some massive damage for both Crudo and Ozdil. I think that also might be terminal for Mystery. That was a shot. His car went into the air.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and Crudo crashed in lap 1.
I see that now. Yeah. That Lambo trying to get spun out there, and yeah, we just caught up with that. I just barely caught it on the replay, but wow, yeah.
That was a shot. I don't think I've ever seen cars go airborne there before, so that's a first. So Beaumont now checking out 3 seconds ahead of Konzik.
Wow.
It is.
Oh, that's why.
Go ahead.
Nope, sorry, that was still in replay. Pastana going off track is still able to gain over Oscar Meazza, and Anthony Anderson picking up E14 over Chris Finlay.
And we have Horman attacking Kornev. I think it's pronounced like that. McLaren versus McLaren.
Right downhill into T1.
Did not have enough alongside to get the move started, but he is in really good position as he gets close to Repsol. If I am Kornev right now, I would kind of like back off, give him some space in Repsol, and really try to see if you can get a good exit out of Repsol relative to the car in front and try and make an attack. Although he just had a bit of a wiggle, and that probably cost any approach he was going to have into the Seat hairpin. So now he's going to have to just try and stick to his gearbox as they get ready to approach La Caixa here in a minute. Mr. Blaine Hall in chat. How are you doing, Blaine?
We have to remind ourselves that we have 3 hours 53 minutes left.
Yeah.
It may be not the time to attack and to race hard. There's a long race.
Well, I think, as long as you can hold position, we talk about the start of the race, and we talk about these endurance races as at what point does it become the sprint race, right? And that's typically within the last hour. But to your point, Kevin, I think a lot of times what should happen is I'm not even saying the whole first hour, but maybe the first 15, 20, 30 minutes of this race. Look, maintain your position. Nobody's asking you to go slow on purpose and lose position. But that early in a race that's this long, do you really have that reason to push? Bill, as you said, cold tires on lap 1, going into lap 2, they're still maybe not quite up to where they should be. So is it really worth it to push that hard in the first, again, I'll say 15 minutes of a race, of a 4-hour race, to try and gain position versus, I'm going to hold position for right now. I'm going to, unless an obvious opportunity shows up, I'm just going to try and maintain and sit where I'm at, let my tires get warmed up, and then I go start looking for my moves, right?
Yeah, I think getting settled into the race is probably the first thing you should be kind of like have in mind. It is very much about making sure that you can get settled in and not damage the car, because the thing that the thing that is probably the most important thing you're racing against in an endurance race is you're racing against yourself. You're racing against yourself not to make mistakes, not to have off tracks, not to wreck the car, because all of those scenarios just increase the amount of time that you're taking. And the person who's going to win the race is the person that gets around the track the fastest in the smallest number of laps. That is just how time works. So if you can just keep it on track, keep it out of the pits, stars will align for you. It's magical, like how that works.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
at the same time, what I am enjoying about this, and what I think the folks at home are probably enjoying about this as well right now, is we had some really good close action inside of the first 5 laps, even for a 4-hour race. So it's getting, like, the race started off pretty spicy. Field starting to stretch out a little bit. And now it's kind of like settling in to what is that first 65 minutes going to look like, and who's going to nail their pit stops and who's going to make mistakes.
Yep. Very interested to see. Now it looks like Damian Konzik under attack from Nathaniel Fever, as the field starts to spread out a little bit here. Real quick, I do want to say thank you. Phil, you had mentioned it, that we had some new folks in the chat. Miguel Salinas and Maverick both in there for the first time today. Welcome in. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I like Miguel after an incident. No, and then no too.
Yep. Well, I mean, the thing is that looks like he was really pulling for Crudo, and Crudo kind of getting caught up in some early lap 1 incidents. Again, I just think that that incident in Sayat, I don't think he was ready for all the cars in front to stop that soon. But at the same time too, that's the thing. That's the kind of things you gotta focus on at the start of an endurance race, because if you lose 1 or 2 spots, but you can keep the car safe, you're in a better position than the people that are rushing to get to the front of the line and start running into each other.
Yeah, Diego Pastana getting pushed off track by not 1 but 2 cars coming through turn 1 and 2. Who are you gonna call? Thank you so much for that sub. Very much appreciated. I do. That is awesome. Garrett Skinner getting around Bob Charles to claim a top 10 spot now.
So I'm kind of curious, Kevin. I'm sure this is not your first ACC race. In fact, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I've seen you on track even back as far back as when I was calling races for 949. The endurance races around Barcelona in particular, where do you rate them on a scale of like 1 to 10, 10 being tough, 1 being easy? Pretty difficult track?
I would say about an 8, but I hate Barcelona, I have to say. So I'm sorry. I hate the track. Even though I'm Spanish, I don't care. I hate the track.
Well,
all right.
He's not going to mince words here today with you, sir.
Here's the thing. It's not a popular track for most of the drivers, mainly because of Sector 3. I think they add in the new GP layout to this, and the stock for Barcelona doubles the next day, because the whole thing that people do not like about this track is basically the final complex of corners. Yeah, it is very much. I think it's a very tough track. It's actually it's actually higher up on my list of tracks, because I love the technical nature of it, and I love the fact that it makes drivers uncomfortable. Like, the fact that it makes them uncomfortable, to me, means that it's going to make for some very spicy moments.
I will say it's not one of my favorites either. Damien Goat in the chat, same thing. Hates Barcelona too. So seems a lot of people do not like driving Barcelona, but luckily we've got at least 22 teams that do enjoy Barcelona. As we check in on Cameron Miller, spun around in the track. One of the Porsches on track today, not looking real healthy so far. That's gonna be another part of this, is how many people are gonna have to put in repairs, right? They're going to have to pull off repairs. So far, Alberto Hosius, we know, went in for a drive-through penalty. Aaron Ozadil ended up in the pits for quite a long time due to a start of the race incident. So catch up with Artem Kudasov getting around Jarrett Skinner.
Yeah, and unfortunately we lost Mystery. I was dead set that was probably going to be a retirement. Just the sheer amount of time it was going to take for that car to get repaired was going to be, he was going to be several laps down.
Yeah. No, I can imagine after watching that accident. So a lot of great action still going on, though. Artem Kudasov getting around Jarrett Skinner, and now Hajo Horman making another attack on Mikhail Kornev as pieces of debris lay on the track from the last lap.
Well, I don't think you got it on stream, but Konsik went off track and Brass. Oh, this is a course of the caster. Not being able to pronounce the names, right?
Right.
I mean,
car 34 overtook him.
I very much do a garbage job at pronouncing the names, but I at least give it a college try, because for me it's like nothing confuses me more in broadcast when people are like, he passed him at the left-hander. Okay, it's a road course. Which one? Which one?
Worse yet, that sounds to me like it'd be even worse if it were an oval.
Oh well, yes, it would be. It would be very much. It would be very much worse at an oval track. The other thing that is kind of confusing to me is track turn numbering, but really only in America.
Mm-hmm.
Like in European tracks, you guys really nailed the making the turns happen in sequence kind of thing. You go to like Road America and people are like, oh, turn 3, it's the sharp right-hander before you hit the back straight. No. Turn 3 is that like 5-degree kink out of turn 2. That's turn 3.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this is just so confusing. I don't understand what counts and what doesn't.
Well, at Laguna is the same way, right? Turn 1 at
Yes.
Laguna is not the Andretti hairpin. You would
Correct.
think it is, but it's not.
Yep. And also the Andretti hairpin, the entire thing is turn 2.
Yes.
Even though it is clearly a turn, a little bit of a straight, another turn.
Mm-hmm.
People mostly take it in one move, but it is still like a moment where the track does straighten out just for the briefest of moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just weird. But Barcelona, I think has some really awesome iconic corners, of which my favorite is the RACC chicane. But the exit out of New Holland, I'm watching right now as the leaders roll through right now, which Beaumont, by the way, has lost a little bit of time over Nathaniel Fever, but it looks like he's doing more pace management.
Well, speaking of your... Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was going to say, speaking of your chicane, Anthony Anderson able to get ahead on Artem Kudasov just before it, and now starts to open it up. He had a clear lane, was able to just rip right through that chicane. And it looks like he's going to secure P9 for now. But a great move. And Jarrett, no.
That's Jarrett Skinner behind him.
That is...
Ooh, the Audi, though. That straight line speed on the Audi down the start-finish straightaway almost caught Ando slipping in turn 1. But Ando, a little bit more aerodynamic downforce on that car. The Audi, again, we both know this, slick in a straight line. Very slick. Definitely the Williams F1 team of manufacturers in this field. But, again, better aerodynamic downforce, turn 1, turn 2, definitely going to win the day. And Jarrett Skinner's actually starting to catch Kudasov.
Well, Skinner's right there. And even he's back a little bit now, but Bob Charlton was tightening up to this group a few moments ago. So it looks like, again, Anderson might have secured that P9 spot for now, as Kudasov's going to have to play defense against Skinner. Skinner's been right there ever since Anderson got some clean air in front of him.
Yeah, and Skinner, we know this from watching him on Box 3. This guy, like he's like one of those old school drivers like Mike Burkhoff and stuff like that, like a straight up bare knuckle brawler, and he just bare knuckle brawled him in the Lakaita hairpin. Skinner
just took that spot back. Kudasov losing place to Charlton and Glendenning. So there will be one for the stewards. Retro better get to it. He's gonna be a busy boy today.
Yeah, and Skinner already has 5-second time penalty.
Yeah. Retro, unfortunately, just getting some
And another
getting
one.
some work in.
Another one. Diego Pastana getting pushed by Cameron Miller
Yeah, in the exact same spot.
in the exact same spot. Yep.
Lakaicha, I'm telling you, Lakaicha is going to be a spicy sequence of corners because, again, that is the primo passing opportunity. A lot of people think it's turn one. I don't necessarily think it's turn one because of its medium speed nature. I really feel like if you want to throw the anchors out on an inside run, Lakaicha is the place to do it. But at the same time, it is also one of the narrowest spots on track.
Gotcha. And the downhill nature, though, it seems to be, I think, the nature of the corner and the downhill nature of the track right there, I think, is playing into this. They're carrying the weight. The following driver is not realizing how much earlier they have to brake, and we're just seeing tap after tap after tap through there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is definitely going to be a tricky race for this crew. It looks like because people are really taking some pretty early risks, and we got to Kevin's point earlier. We got 3 hours 40 minutes now. Like we're not even through hour one yet, and it's already getting spicy.
Yeah. Everybody's got to settle. Damon Konzik and El Poco Loco come together.
Well, I've got to say that I think the guys doing the race solo, they are brave guys. I mean, I've been driving for 3 hours straight, but my usual car in real life, and I got tired. And they are gonna race 4 hours straight without taking a break. I mean, 30 seconds for the pit stop, but
I'm old. I don't need a pit stop. My bladder does.
Yeah.
But that's me. But yeah, the folks that are solo in this show, like hats off to them. We even have a few teams that are running three people, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, I would say we probably got half the field solo in this event.
Pretty sure that's at least that much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 drivers. So not quite half, but still, it's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Blaine actually mentioned in chat just now, and that's something that we also need to look at for a 4-hour endurance race. Is track limits. Somebody's going to get a drive-through. Actually, not somebody. Some people are going to get drive-through penalties for track limits. Like that is definitely going to be the hidden pit stop strategy of this race is don't get a drive-through. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm going to wait. I'm going to take a step away. I'm going to give this clock another, I want to say 18 minutes, and then I want to kind of check in on pit wall just to kind of see what we're looking at for average lap times. Because right now, Beaumont seems like he has slowed his pace a little bit, but still managing to increase that lead to Nathaniel Fever bit by bit. And then I'd say probably next best race to be watching right now is between Konzik and Poco Loco.
Wow, Poco Loco threw the elbows out around that corner and just told Konzik, you know what, you're not coming back around. Not happening. Pushed him way to the outside. And able to own P4.
That looked like hard racing, but he did just touch the grass in Sayat, so he's going to wash out as he starts to try and go through the Sayat hairpin. And he needs to palm down a little bit. like elbows out is good stuff, but that grass is not the fast line around track.
No, sir.
Anyway, I'm going to take a step away. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. Real quick, folks, I want to... What's that?
Overtake.
Go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry. No, I stepped on you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
John Gray overtakes Kutuzov right now. Kutuzov was drifting the last lap, so it may be overheating.
Now, Phil earlier talked a little bit about, that front, I believe he said front left tire here at Barcelona. And again, track temp 31C. I mean, it's gonna eat tires, and I'll be curious to see if we don't see more of that sliding as we get closer to the stint time, to that 1 hour mark, and the stint timer's running down. And now if you look at it, Kudasov under pressure from Timothy Glendenning, so not only lost the spot to Gray, but looks at like maybe he could lose another one.
Yeah, it may be the case that he has some damage. I think he was punted before, right?
Ooh,
Okay.
another slide right before the chicane, back into that car coming out of Europe car, that back into that Audi, just whipping all over the place on him. But I have to say too, having driven the Evo 2, I've found that it is a lot easier to get the rear end to step out with that than it is the Evo 1. I always felt the Audi for me was very stable until the Evo 2 came along.
Well, I can't really comment on that because I haven't driven the Audi.
Okay. Yeah, I don't find it does well. I don't know that the Evo 2 is my favorite. Let's put it that way. I may have to stick with the older one when I start driving again. Feel pretty well spread out at this point. What is your main, Gavin? What do you typically drive?
Porsche.
That's right. I should have known that from earlier. John Gray. Chilling up to Bob Charlton now. Are you another retro coffin where like do you just like the Porsche, or is it that like you love the Porsche and can't drive anything but Porsche, and like if somebody shot a gun at a Porsche, you would feel the need to dive in front of the bullet?
I mean, I like the Porsche. I like road cars, Porsches. I think
Okay.
they're the prettiest cars. But I really like the Porsche in ACC as well. I mean, it's a bit hard to drive, but when you get the hand out of it, it feels so good, you know.
Nice. Uh-oh, Alex Martin yellow flagged back here. Like he got spun.
It seems he clipped the wall or clipped the gravel, but that car doesn't seem okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Keep an eye on him here, see if he doesn't head right into the pits. He seems to be driving very slowly, like not... Oh yeah, that car's toast. Lights are blinking and everything else. Wow.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, this is the main thing in endurance racing, in my opinion. Not making additional pit stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna cost him. One more pit stop, it's like 1 more minute.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you're hanging yourself out hard if you've got to make that additional pit stop, and we'll see he is now going to head right into the pits with really no choice. I mean, he couldn't get that car up to full speed. It looked like he was driving in either first or second gear. So yes, Alex Martin.
And he has been given an additional 5 times second penalty.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Bob Charlton now under pressure from Artem Kudasov. Yeah, if I look at this, even the drive-through penalty will cost you 30 seconds here. So if you think about another full pit stop, it's at least a minute. Especially for repairs like that. He's going to be sitting there for a little while.
Yeah, well, you can make the time again, but it's going to be very hard. You need to be pushing every lap, and Barcelona is not the track to do that.
Yeah, as I said, not one of my favorites, for sure. Korneve and Horman coming back together. This has been a back and forth this entire race so far for the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think they're pretty comfortable racing. I mean, not overtaking each other. I mean, they're gonna lose time if they do it. So I think that they think like, let's race later. Not now.
Well, and that's the thing too. Horman Horman so far has not appeared to really want to make the pass, right? To your point, he's kind of just been content to sit behind Korneve Let him drag him along with the draft. Maybe it's a little fuel saving on his part. He says, you know what, I don't need to pass him now. I'll get around him when he goes into the pits. Hopefully my pit stops faster, and go from there, right? I'm trying to see. Yeah, Korniev will be handing the car off to Hildeshev. And Hojo Horman, I'll find him here on my list. What's up, Gaz? Welcome in, sir. Why can't I find Horman on my list? Oh, that's because Horman's driving all by himself today. So Horman gets to be in full control. I mean, if these guys stay close throughout the entirety of this race, after, one or two pit stops, I don't wonder if Horman can't pull ahead because he is a solo driver. He doesn't have to worry about the handoff. He has to get in, get tires, get fuel, get out, right? I don't see any damage on the vehicle, so hopefully that would mean he has none and has stayed clean so far. Both drivers have, as far as that goes, but my point being is maybe he gets a little bit of an advantage because he's in control the whole time versus Korniev, who's sharing the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to point out that they have done the exact same time lap, last lap, 1:45.6 exactly.
We do see that from time to time. It's pretty rare, but you never know.
Yeah.
Was it a clean start? Kind of, for the most part. There were a few incidents, not just at the start though. Cleaner would have been better, but you could tell some folks, I don't know if they missed break points or exactly what it was, but definitely caused a couple incidents. Now the other question I have, and maybe I don't know if Retro is still in the chat or not. I know he is our retro stewarding and kind of runs our stewarding team. Retro, are we live stewarding today? Is that where these 5-second penalties are coming from? Is because he's in there?
I believe so.
Is he? Okay.
I believe. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to do it live today or not.
As far as I know, I believe live stewarding is happening.
Awesome.
The thing I wanted to point out to you guys, I just came back from taking a step away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of curious if Beaumont's tires are starting to fall off a little bit, because his average lap pace for the full stint so far has been 44.6. Last lap for him, 44.9. Lap before that was actually his first foray into the 45s. And it does look like we're starting to see some pace drop off relative to the field. So I'm kind of curious to see what happens in the long term as we get further and further into the stint. Because yeah, I mean, if you take a look at their lap timings in pit wall, you can definitely start to see around, I would say, lap 10, the pace starts to drop off a little bit. But it does seem the most extreme actually from Beaumont.
Okay.
Of all people.
And I was going to say, we were noticing earlier, right after you stepped away, Kudasov in that Audi, a lot of wobble coming through corners. A lot of the back end starting to shimmy on him. So kind of wondered same thing, if there was going to be, and door banging from Horman and Kornikov. Horman decides, I'm done following you around this track. My livery's better than your livery, so it should be out front. And with the help of some door bangs, Horman gets clear and up into P6.
So you're talking about Kudasov being particularly wobbly?
Yeah,
I'm thinking he's probably running a low downforce setup on that Audi, because he has, without a doubt, even late into the stint, like lap 12, set the fastest time through the speed trap at 272.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Next fastest car is 271 for Poco Loco. Most of the field is sitting around the 269, 268 mark. So we've got 272, 271, 3 270s, and then everybody is 69 and below. So
okay.
It definitely seems like Kudasov has got some sort of like very low setup, low downforce setup going on the Audi right now.
Give me just a moment, Steezy, and we will jump over to the car of Mr. John Gray for an onboard for a lap.
I'm going to jump over to the timetable and answer that question in chat about the qualifying time. Qualifying time was a 43.042. That was the qualifying time from Mr. I believe Van Hove. I'm not sure if it was Beaumont or Van Hove who.
Yeah, I think it was Barkov.
Yeah, in the 835. So 43.042, and that was 0.250 up on Damian Konzik in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 for second on the grid.
Oh, Bill, I'm going to need you to correct me if I'm wrong. I thought, as we watch Tim Glendenning come after Bob Charlton here heading uphill, I thought Glendenning typically drove the Audi.
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Okay. That's not the only
Audi driver, typically. Yep.
Well, here making all kinds of moves, takes on Kudasov and Bob Charlton all in one shot. As Glendenning takes up P12 with that. Wow.
Yeah, Glendenning seems to be adapting quite well to the AMG. Both John Gray kind of on a bit of a recovery, had a bit of a run-in with Skinner, got bounced around. I think that's contributing to some of the 15 seconds that Skinner's got currently in penalty times. He's going to have to serve at the pit stop. But John Gray and Glendenning, the two AMGs coming together on track. Another penalty coming in, this time for car 318. So Horman did not get away scot-free with a little bit of that aggressive.
Really? Wow.
A little bit of that aggressive driving. I'm kind of curious. I didn't actually see it when it happened. But these two have been kind of glued together pretty much the whole race. So I'm curious if Horman's going to be able to actually start to extend on Kornev. Right now,
well, he's not.
Like it.
Yeah, he's not. They've had similar pace. If you go look at them, Kevin had mentioned, a couple laps back, they had matching lap times, right, coming through. Now, here's the other, Phil, I wanted to ask you now that you're back. So we kind of talked about this. Kornev's sharing the car, has a partner today in Evgeny Kildyshev. But Hajo Horman, solo driver for this 4-hour event.
Yeah.
Is there a pit stop advantage there? That you're in control of the car, you don't have to wait for the driver flip? Is there any time delay in that driver flip, anything like that, that maybe if these two stay this close together is going to give Horman a bit of an advantage in the pits?
I suspect that there's not going to be that significant of an advantage because they're going to probably be taking fuel and tires at the pit stop. So normally in like what you're used to seeing with like SRO or IMSA rules, when you swap drivers, there is a minimum amount of time that you have to sit stationary for that driver swap to happen. But normally that will happen during a full service pit stop, and it will actually take that time up. You won't have to serve extra. So yeah, I think it'll be fine. The thing that where I believe you said it was Horman that is running solo will have an advantage is he will already be in the group. He's already been in the car. He's already adjusted himself to the conditions. He's going to be kind of like slotted into race.
Okay.
Whereas the new driver getting in, going to have to get resituated. Car could have been damaged within the last stint. Tires could have been pressurized incorrectly on pit entry. Because remember, ACC, unlike other systems like iRacing and stuff like that, the driver in the car has to set up the car for the driver who's going to get into it.
Okay.
So there's an opportunity there for miscommunication and mistakes. It's very much not that ball game for Horman. Horman's kind of in control of the ship the entire way.
Yeah.
So definitely an advantage there for Horman. Now, will he get tired is the question.
Yeah. Welcome in, Eoz and Lizzie. Thank you so much for joining us today. Eoz, sorry to hear about that, man. We saw some incidents, but as you can see, Retro Coffin is busy just cracking away at it. And Lizzie, yes, this is a PC race today. Although if you are interested, we do have Xbox League races at Box3 Motorsports. And let me know. I get you that Discord right in the chat, or it'll show up on its own. Again, welcome in, and thank you for joining us. On board right now with Mr. John Gray in the 805 car, as requested by Steezy a little bit earlier. Just had to take some time and check on some fights before we got in here to go on board with John.
one thing I did want to look at, I'm going to go take a peek at the Box3 SimGrid page. So I want to go find, I'm kind of curious. I've never seen Horman race, so I'm kind of going to go look back through his history. I kind of want to get a tail of the tape in terms of what he's capable of relative to his racing history. The pace between the two cars, you guys were talking about how it's very similar, and you guys are absolutely not wrong on that. It is very much the case that there is very small margins between these two drivers. It is, I would say, 3/100ths of a second.
That's the average?
That's the average. 3/100ths of a second difference between the two.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's some dead on pace right there. Now, which one's a little faster? Is it Horman that's a little quicker?
It's
here?
Horman. Horman's a little bit quicker.
Because he is pulling away now. He's up by 1.5 seconds over Corneve.
Yep. Looks like Horman also looks like he's been one of those that has jumped in on some Rapid Drivers Club, who we've worked with in the past. Just looking at his race results, we're looking at a 2800, at least from SimGrid scoring metric, 2800 on rating, so ranked intermediate. He's got 90 race starts, 3 wins, 9 podiums, 23 top 5s, and 53 top 10s. So finishes in the upper half of his field more than half the time. Finishes in the top 10 a little less than 25% of the time. Very strong competitor, it looks like. So interested to see what Horman can do with the rest of this race.
Well, he's got a good little bit before he's going to catch up to Damian Konzik. But pit stops are going to be kicking off here relatively soon. So, yeah, Lizzie, if you race on PC, you are welcome to come and join the league. Right now, we are in a, let's call it, transitional period. We're not running an active championship season. However, we have events like this running the 4 Hours of Barcelona. There will be others between here coming into the fall months, and then a new season will kick off at some point. We also have Xbox Leagues, iRacing, AMS2, all kinds of fun stuff to get up to over there. You know, maybe Lizzie comes and joins us, maybe she doesn't. That's okay. That's up to her. Either way, for the folks that are already a part of the league, who, you know, I see guys, I see folks come in and they subscribe to the channel. That's so much appreciated. Come and subscribe to this channel. But something that some of you may not know about is that Box3 now has Patreon. If you want to support this league and you want to help maintain servers, and hopefully we're going to get to the point where you can, or we're going to provide our own seasonal prizes. It's not going to be sponsored. It's not going to be via sponsorships. That's one of our goals, is to be able to do that on our own without having to rely on a generous company to do so. But if you'd like to support that, you can go to our Patreon and sign up. There are 3 tiers. You get some great features here. So just to run through it real quick, Phil, I don't even know if you looked at this. Kevin, maybe you either. Access.
Sir, I'm a Patreon member.
You are, I figured you were. Yeah, I don't even remember.
So, sir. No, just kidding.
Yeah. At tier 1, you get access to the supporter-only Discord channel. You get to help decide upcoming events. We will go in that channel and ask the Patreons first. Like, say the new season's going to come up. Hey, guys, pick 3 tracks. Vote on 3 tracks here, and those 3 tracks will definitely be included in the season. Things like that. We are looking to start creating our own, you know, our internal. I know you can go to YouTube and find this stuff, but we want to start creating our own internal track guides, other exclusive content. So absolutely, if you're interested in that, early event registration access, and you do get that Patreon supporter role. Tier 2, you can get yourself a reserved car number for all events, stream live notifications. And let me just touch on this one real quick. It's literally happened twice so far. Don't want to hear any complaining. I really don't. ACC server access for custom events. If you want to spin up your own custom event, maybe it's a single event, or you want to have a season that you want to run on your own that would not, you know, it's kind of an unofficial Box3 season or event. If you're a tier 2 supporter, you get to do that. We'll give you the server. We'll help you set it up. There's no direct support, like it's not going to be broadcast, things like that, but you can still run the event and have a good time if you want to do something like that. You get 10% off all of the Box3 merch via coupon code and one 30-minute coaching session per month. And tier 3 is where it gets fun. Phil, I don't even know what tier you are, but are you going to get that livery?
Oh, get the livery. Well, I'm hoping I'll just get the livery just like on like some sort of insider deal. Like,
Insider
oh,
deal.
look at that! There's extra liveries. They just fell off the back of a truck.
Oh wow. No, but you get all the benefits tier 1 and 2. You have the ability to order custom merch if you'd like that at cost, meaning I will sit down with you, share screens, you can design the shirt or hat or whatever you want, and then put your name on it, whatever you want to do, and then we'll do that for cost right there. You get VIP status on the Twix Box 3 channel, which I have to go review and make sure all the tier 3s have that. I don't know that I've done it. Custom livery after 3 months as a subscriber. Right, the league's gonna take care of getting you a custom livery from one of our in-house livery designers. TG and Manu are two that are with us there. There are others, but those are the two off the top of my head that make some great liveries. You have the opportunity to guest commentate a race right here with either myself or Phil or both. We'll see. And a 1-hour coaching session every month should you choose to partake in it. So, a lot of great benefits I think for our patrons.
It's just cool to see you guys putting your heads together and coming up with some new like support mechanisms for the community. I mean, I feel like this is a great community to be a part of, and you guys are providing everyone who's watching more ways to support, which I think is fantastic.
And that's that's a big part of it is wanting to involve people more in it. And again, there are costs there, right? And so that's what it's about. 100% of that goes back into the league, and that's why I said I want to make sure that we I want to get us to the point where we don't need a sponsor for a season, right?
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's okay to have sponsors. We've had some great sponsors. We just had the dashboard. He joined us for the last race of the season. Yeah, like that was fantastic. So sponsors aren't a bad thing, but it'd be nice to be able to do it on our own too, right? As we see,
for sure.
Stana getting around Chris Finlay, but Cameron Miller right there. These three are stacked up and have been for a little while, and a little contact between Finlay and Miller in the back.
Definitely starting to get racy. We are getting close. I'd say we're going to start seeing some serious tire grip drop off, probably here in the last few moments of this first stint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested to see if the average lap times continue to drop, because they've already dropped a pretty decent chunk. I mean, Beaumont's last lap was a 45.0, and he's not really hitting those 44s as consistently as he once was.
Well, and now you said it was the left front that's going to be grading these guys pretty quick.
Yeah, left front's the one that takes the beating around here.
Okay,
for sure.
Our favorite pair, Korniv and Horman, have come back together. Korniv looking to close this gap up. Lizzie in chat says just started racing 3 months ago. That's okay. Our league's for beginners, old people, slow people like me, smart people like Phil, fast people like, I don't know, not Retro because he drives the Porsche, but somebody's fast.
Yes, I would. My 3 attributes that I would put on my character sheet for racing and would be smart, slow, and upset. Like that would be my 3. That would be my 3. Like smart enough to realize that I'm too slow and I'm upset about it.
And
That's
I should probably not be here. Yeah, well, Phil, exactly. I told you, with that IMSA season coming up on iRacing, I told you the reason I'm running the GTP is because I want to be the slowest. I want to be the fastest slow guy on the track.
You think that? Be careful. Those LMP2s are not that slow.
I know, but I want to see if the GTD guys can pass me.
GTD guys? It depends. I mean, the big thing that's going to be a trick for the iRacing folks when we get the IMSA season up and going is going to be that's going to be multi-class driving that this community that's largely been ACC based not really dealt with the pace delta between the GTP and the GTD or LM. No, it is GTP and GTD classes. So it'll be very interesting to see.
Can't not wait for it. Rookie leagues, all right. Got to cut those teeth somewhere. I still do rookie leagues, and I've been doing this for 5 years or more.
not sure if you guys have been watching this, but Nathaniel Fever got the fastest lap of the race right now, and he has cut that lead down now to under 4 seconds between him and Beaumont. So the two PHX cars are pushing each other around this track.
And Beaumont in the last lap, you know, in the 45s again, right? He's still got 2/10 over Nathaniel Fever, but he's back into the 45s, so we'll see if he's able to keep it down. Meanwhile, Chris Finlay and Cameron Miller chasing him down so hard and then throws it through the corner and unable to keep up, letting Danielle Crudo catch up. So now he's going to have to play a little defense instead of trying to take the offense to Finlay.
And Crudo, I am pretty sure, has been racing with that damage since like lap 2.
Oh, really?
So I'm kind of curious, like after the pit stop, like he's definitely going to lose out on the pit stops because of that 30 seconds. I wonder if he's going to go ahead and take the repairs, which are probably going to be upwards of 30 seconds extra on top of whatever he gets from normal service. So we're looking at a minute and a half, maybe in the pits for Crudo. But still, 30. I mean, he's got that much damage on the car, and he's hanging with the crew. So you know, hats off to him.
Yeah, when he exits the pit lane, he's gonna find a completely new car to handle. Way better. And he qualified P12. Yeah, P12.
Yeah,
So,
I think
he's gonna come back.
Yeah, I think he's got some pace in that McLaren. And yeah, Retro corrected me in chat. He was the guy that went off track on the inside in the Seat hairpin lap 1.
Okay.
That was one of those that I was like, I think it was just like surprise. Everybody's going to slow down extra for Seat hairpin the first time, because I mean the field was pretty stacked. We didn't have a whole lot of drama exiting turn 1, turn 2, and you know, turn 3, turn 4 largely are going to be cars hanging out side by side. It's really when you get to the Seat hairpin that things really start to clamp down. The track starts to get super narrow. So I'm not surprised at all that that's where the first major incidents happen. But yeah, it's the fact that he's driving around with that level of damage and keeping pace with Miller. You know, hats off to him on that one.
Yeah, he's doing well for that.
I'm looking through the data for penalties coming up, and we've got some folks that are going to be taking some extra time in their pit stops. We got Kudasov's going to be taking an extra 5 seconds, so that's going to hurt, but it's not going to be as painful as Skinner's going to take 15.
So now, is this going to sit today? Where is that time penalty added on at the end of the race, or will they be sitting the pits for that when they go into they go in to do their pit stop? They will have to sit still for those 15 seconds or what have you.
Absolutely. They like SRO regulations, and I think the same is actually also true for other regulatory bodies like Formula One and stuff like that. But if you get a time penalty and then go to the pits, you have to serve that time penalty in the pits. That's time when the teams are not allowed to service the car.
Gotcha. Okay.
And anytime you have a time penalty but you carry on to the end of the race, that's going to be added on to your time at the end, and then your placement will be adjusted accordingly. Okay. So we've got some folks that are going to be taking some extra time off in the pits.
You get time out now. Go sit down.
It is going to be interesting because the way the field is kind of close right now, we might see some of these battles kind of like fall away a little bit. But then also, like I'm looking at Skinner. He's going to take an extra 15 seconds on his pit stop. That's going to put him well past Charlton. Yeah. And what's good for us is we then get to see Skinner move back through that pack. So that'll be pretty interesting to watch. And we got some good racing going down in turn 1 right now. John Gray and Kudasov.
Artem Kudasov and Timothy Glendenning. Glendenning getting passed up by Kudasov, now looking to continue to apply pressure. And Charlton sitting back there again, waiting for his opportunity. Just champing at the bit.
Yeah, this group have been together for all the race, almost 1 hour.
Yeah, this is a Horman Kunikov situation here. These guys are sticking together, as you said, Kevin.
One thing I wanted to point out with Lizzie talking about driving the Porsche around Barcelona, I'm pretty sure Retro Coffin's got like a new favorite person in chat to talk to.
Don't talk about Porsche stuff again.
Hey, I just want you to know that the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that Retro is such a Porsche fan, given how there's so much weight in the rear end of the Porsche and there's so much weight on the rear of his head from the mullet. So it's just like it all starting to make sense. It's all starting to click. Lizzie says it's not the fave. So what is the favorite car? Driving the M4 now. I could appreciate that. That right there is an acquired taste because it is not the M4 it was on release day anymore. It is very much a car that people figure out how to drive it, figure out how the systems work, settle into it. And Retro does the same thing with the Porsche, but nobody really understands what the love affair is all about.
See,
actually, that's me being unfair. Porsche has die-hard fans. It's always been that way.
Well, speaking of Porsche, the number 92 of Cameron Miller able to get around Chris Finlay. The Porsche is so small. Can't Finlay just reach out the window and like flick it with his finger and it goes flying off the track?
I mean, you would think that.
It's so little.
If he waits long enough because of the weight distribution of the car may flick itself off the track.
Goodbye, idiot.
Yep. All right. Mullet won't drive anything else. The mullet won't drive anything else.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we've seriously got to get. Oh, well, wait a minute. This is an interesting predicament. Got Retro Coffin is now head of stewarding.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we talk about during last season, especially as the performance of Retro Coffin in the 992 Mark II started to improve over the season? It's like, wait a minute, is the mullet as a double diffuser kind of potentially illegal? Should we get stewarding and scrutineering to take a look at it? But now he's head of the stewards.
Right, so now he can make that decision.
And now now everybody, every time he wins a race or gets a good result, everybody can just scream inside job, inside job.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I thought about that some more. That mullet, that's going to create wind resistance.
I mean, that's technically what a diffuser does.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, so he's going to have extra wind resistance.
He's going to have extra wind resistance, but he's also going to have extra added downforce by directing the wind a certain way. Much like when he probably drives around with the top down.
Right.
His mullet directs wind a certain way, and might also, like, make women that are really into 80s hair metal like him. I don't know.
That's possible.
I just want to hear the origin story of the mullet. Was it like, did you watch like VH1 at some point in your life and see a Rat music video and thought that's the hairstyle?
You want to know the best part, Phil? Is that his partner, so he has this long, luscious, beautiful hair, right?
Yep.
And you guys have seen me, right? I have no hair. I'm his partner's favorite. I'm her favorite. She likes me more. Because every time we don't have a recovery drive, she's sad, apparently. I don't know why, but I don't know why you'd look at someone with no hair when you have someone with all that hair right there. That just doesn't even make sense to me. But I guess people like what they like.
Variety is the spice of life.
Right?
Variety is the spice of life. And also Recovery Drive. Recovery Drive is a fun show to watch. Anybody that wants to tune in on Thursdays and check that out when we get that back up and running, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome to get back to watching you guys do that. I'm going to try and see if I can get my work schedule sorted out so that I can actually be here.
Yeah.
A free drive, because that would be awesome.
We need you. Well, or that, or we may move it. When it comes back, you never know.
The thing I'm looking at right now, so we are at 3 hours, 3 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting geared up for pit stops. This is your first stint with us in an endurance race, Kevin. What do you think of the race so far?
We have a few groups still racing, still knowing each other. For example, Orman and Corny, very, very close, 1 second between them. And the Kutuzov group, well, I think Charlton has, he's a bit away from them. But I think it's been very close. I expected, I don't know, something different, but we have a few groups that still racing. Race for the lead, 2 seconds between the two Ferraris.
Yeah,
So,
it definitely that's something that I've been watching kind of unfold, is that the fact that that lead is now dropped down easily under 4 seconds. It's been fluctuating between 3.5 and sometimes even as low as 2.5. I wonder if oh, we got some early pit stop takers actually hitting
There we do.
yeah, the first to enter the pits.
Crudo and
Daniele
Hosius.
Crudo, he has damage. He has a 30-second time penalty.
Yeah.
30
I'm actually
seconds?
yeah, he's got a 30-second time penalty.
Wow.
That right there, that was the lap 1 incident. It involved 3 cars, like 3 other cars, so there's 4 cars total.
Yeah.
I mean that was a pretty strong penalty there. But I'm kind of curious if they're taking the pit stops early to kind of get a little bit of a time offset for the way the rest of their stints are going to play out. This is what I was talking about earlier about drivers doing kind of like weird pit stop strategies to try and save themselves some time somewhere. You kind of want to shove that decision as far out as you can, specifically for this kind of moment that Crudo's having right here. He's coming into the pits early. He's going to take the 30-second time. He's going to take the regular pit stop. We'll see if he takes any repairs if the gain engine updates. But he's probably just making this decision now because he can. Mistakes have already happened. Losses have already started to mount, and he's trying to do his best to counter it.
Although I gotta say, I don't think I'm surprised, especially if he does the repairs, right? Now, if he doesn't do any repairs, then maybe I'm a little surprised that he went into the pits this early. But
yeah,
if Crudo opts to do the repairs, I'm kind of not surprised. We don't know how that car was handling, right? And so, as Nathaniel Fever heading in now, so my point being is this: is he tried to drag the car around the track, kicking and screaming with the damage, get as close to that 65 minutes as he can, and then just finally say, you know what, I'm going to make my repairs because I'll be faster afterwards and ready to go. That's him. I don't know what's in his head, but obviously he's not the only one. Nathaniel Fever heading into the pits now.
Well, I think Crudo was right behind Finlay, so that's one way of dealing with traffic.
Yeah, dealing with traffic, dealing with blue flags, that kind of thing. Like, I could see that being the decision. So, Alberto in the number 6, one of the M4s on track, 1:07.939 in the pit stops to kind of get us started, to kind of get us an understanding of where people are going to sit. Crudo in for the 2:10, so I'm assuming he took some repairs in there.
Okay.
Now, looking at Nathaniel Fever, I'm going to keep my eyes on Nathaniel.
Francesco Tripoli into the pits now as well.
Yep. So I've got times pulled up for both of them. Fever out with a 1:06.9. So currently the fastest pit stop time.
Wow.
That 1:06.9.
Finlay is stopping track. Sorry to interrupt.
Ooh, Finlay
what
stopped on track.
Let's back up real quick here and see if we can go back and catch that. See what happened to Chris. Whole bunch
He's on
of
track. Oh man, he has got some serious taco hood on the front of that Box 3 M4.
Oh, and he's right into the wall.
It is
right into the wall.
Going to be an early pit stop, and I think some repairs from Mr. Finlay. Taking a look at the times out, Glendenning in the pits, Bob Charlton in the pits. So Fever with the 1:06.9. Race leaders in the pits now, and Tripoli came out with a 1:09.6, so a little bit slower. Just waiting to see who else registers a time here in a minute, because this right here is the moment when people are going to have to start pulling the trigger on pit stops to try and avoid those time penalties.
Welcome in, CJ. D137. Good to see you. Whole bunch of new people in chat, new people on track today, as Horman and Korneve are back at it once again. These guys just keep going back at it.
So Glendenning and Charlton both in the pits for what looks like a very long time. 1:26.0 for Glendenning, 1:21.4 for Charlton. I'm wondering if Charlton is going to get around.
And Charlton has got a drive-through penalty.
Ooh, now that's going to hurt. That's going to
Oh.
be for potentially a pit lane speed infraction.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to hurt. Beaumont losing relative to let's look, relative to Fever. So 106.9 for Fever. Beaumont 1 minute 10.6.
Ooh, wow.
That is and you think about how far the gap was between those two right now.
Mm-hmm.
That is enough to potentially influence the order in this race. That is a big enough gap. So Glendenning out behind Charlton after the pit stop. Now Kenny O'Connor, who's going to be serving that drive-through penalty. I wonder if Charlton came into the pits a little too hot and got nailed for that drive-through penalty.
Well, now we also
So-
have Anthony Van Hove has taken over in the 835 car from Matthew Beaumont, and Sylvain Armour takes over from Nathaniel Fever in the number 74 on your screen.
So interestingly enough, the 318 car has not pitted yet.
Ajo Horman.
And he's got to get his butt around track.
There we
Oh,
just
no.
had something happen here. Let's back up. The race lead has changed, or the supposed race lead, as Anthony Van Hove spins out, does a 360 to get back on track, and puts Sylvain Armour in provisional first place as everyone in front of them will now start to pit.
That is a big, big shift.
That's a huge shift because now Van Hove, 3.1 seconds that cost.
But Van Hove, our pole sitter, had significant pace relative to the field. We're talking more than 2/10.
Mhm.
So kind of curious now, if the car is okay, if the tires are not really scuffed that much, we could be seeing him have a bit of a resurgence. Finlay out on track did get some repairs on the 61. So hopefully that car is going to feel a little bit more race fit. Mazza in with the 101. Man, so many drive-through penalties for ignoring stint
really?
timers. Wow, that just popped.
Oh, wow. Yep.
And you know why? You know why that
I'm
is?
showing.
They weren't going to make it. They were not going to make it to the pits in time. Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm showing Diego Pestana with no stop in the number 87, number 25 car of Oscar Meaza, no stop. And Hajo Horman in now, but may not. Did they get a drive-through for missing? Did Hajo get a drive-through?
I believe so.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say because.
Yeah, he's in the pits now serving it. And see, the problem with that is cannot stop to get service, so going to have to go in the pits again.
Yeah.
And hopefully he's going to be able to go into the pits and get not run out of gas before he gets around. Because
Well,
if he's filled for 65 minutes, he's probably running on fumes.
I was gonna say because Hajo now cleared the penalty, but that still means he needs to make the pit stop, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you know how long can a car drive in Barcelona with a full fuel tank?
That would be for anybody in chat right now that happens to be a Maka driver. If you would tell us what the maximum number of liters is for the car, I can probably take a stab at how many laps you can get out of. I think it's probably going to be 100 or 110 liters, if I remember correctly. So it'd be interesting to find out what that's going to end up being. And so Pestana taking the drive-through right now. So we might have a few of these guys. It looks like he's making a move for his box, though. I wonder if he's going to take the pit first,
Yeah, it looks like it.
then come around and get the drive-through taken care of, because he cannot serve those at the same time. You cannot have work done on the car while serving a penalty.
Yeah.
But Senna has to stop a very short time, like 5 seconds, and he's already going again.
What I suspect is he pulled into the pits, and And did he just get nailed for speeding in the pit lane? Somebody just got nailed.
On a stop and go
Man.
again.
Oh, this is unfolding. This is a horror show.
There we go. Hajo Horman now going in to make that pit stop.
Yep, pit stop. So he's going to have to sit stationary for 5 seconds and then receive work on the car. This is going to throw him way lower than Kildashev in number 3, but probably will put him in the ballpark of 101. So maybe not outside the top 20 if he's lucky. Meazza is still needing to serve that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, and I
Still.
think this is the last lap to do so.
And he is not.
Uh-oh.
So he just might get black flagged right here. We're about to find out.
Fabio Mazza, you said? In the
Oh,
101?
Oh, he's got one more lap. So that's unfortunate, but that is the breakdown. Let's take a look.
Take a look at Anthony Anderson chasing down Antonio Piu right now. Anderson up the inside.
Okay.
Miguel in chat cheering Piu on, but coming down into T1, Anderson with the inside line. Not quite there though.
Managed to stay ahead. Anderson got a very, very good exit out of the last turn,
Mhm.
but not quite enough. And Pestana is gonna serve his stop and go.
There goes Pistana.
I'm going to take another quick step away, gents. I'll be right back.
Roger that, sir. Anthony Anderson really putting pressure on Antonio Piu right now. Another one of those cases where it seems like he's content to just wait, bide his time. Anderson, one of the cleaner racers I think we have in the league. He tends to try and keep, at least try real hard to keep himself out of trouble. And you know, again, Anderson's one of those guys that realizes, ooh, and a little knock there though, a little ding, little knock, but Anderson's able to get clear on him. As Oscar Meazza heads into the pits. Anthony Anderson taking up P8. Let's check in on Matt Comiskey with Hajo Horman chasing him.
There is a lot happening on track right now.
Pistana heading back out from the pit stop. And that stop go cleared. A lot of penalties today as Oscar... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's something else going on there. Veronica Veranda in the number 33 under pressure from and just got passed by Evgeny Kildashev. Hajo Horman getting clear on Matt Comiskey a little further back.
Yeah, Horman has to make a lot of time because he had a drive-through. He had 5 seconds as a time penalty.
Oh wow!
I think he's missing his partner, the number 3 McLaren.
A little bit of a replay here. Rainier Athenstad able to get ahead of Anthony Van Hove able to get ahead. I am losing my mind today. Rainier Athenstad able to get ahead of Martin Krista in a move to take up P3. Right up the inside, puts that number 11 car on a podium. They can hold on to it till the end of this race. It looks like everyone has now made their pit stop, and with the spin we saw from Anthony Van Hove a few laps ago, Sylvain Amour leads this race with 2 hours and 47 minutes left to go.
So we have the same gap that we had before the pit stops, but switching the cars. Car 74 was behind 8:35 by 2 seconds and 5 tenths, something
Mhm.
like that. And that's what we have right now, but with 8:35 behind because of that spin. I'm curious if they're gonna race each other because I think they are like teammates because Fever Beaumont was the name.
Mhm.
I think it was. They have like PHX, which I don't know if
Yeah.
that's
I have a
some
feeling they're all from the
team.
same place. Yep.
So are they gonna race? Are they gonna get mad at each other if they take them out?
I will tell you, a couple hours before the race, they were in here practicing. There were three of them that had PHX next to their names that were racing earlier.
I'm on right now, having to deal with some traffic. So maybe Van Half can take an advantage of that.
Stana back into the pits. Wow. Now Antonio Pugh under pressure from Horman through the chicane.
Yeah, something weird has happened to Pestana. Maybe bug something.
I know is right now is Horman is just making the run on Pugh.
Oh, that was a great switchback.
Mm-hmm.
And he does it.
Horman, I wondered what his move was, but he went way wide through turn one, but it played out just right for him because he was able to swing that through the switchback, as you said, is perfect.
Yeah, I don't know if he was planning to do that, but he did it anyway.
It almost looked like he was, though. Again, going out wide like that into turn one, setting himself up for turn two and to be ready to have that inside line. So Hajo Horman takes up P8 now. We'll see if he can close the gap up to Anderson. About seven and a half seconds to get up there. Now Pugh again going to feel pressure, this time in the form of the 805 car with Matt Comiskey behind the wheel. And Comiskey makes quick work.
Yeah, he didn't.
Very quick work. Oh, Gray in the chat said it, Comiskey, the ultimate consistent driver. Again, a long-time driver at Box 3, and someone that's always enjoyable to watch. Great mid-pack racing. Depending on classes. I guess I should make that clear.
And Pestana is not coming out of the pits. He's still there.
Oscar Meaza heading back in. And yeah, Diego Pestana just sitting there now.
Oh, he's moving again.
Pestana is?
Yeah, maybe he disconnected or something like that.
Yeah.
Because now one Maher.
Jarrett Skinner just ripping around Antonio Pugh. Pugh seems to be struggling. Has lost 3 spots in the last 2 laps.
Well, in endurance racing, there's an interesting thing to do with pit stop strategy, and that is not changing the tires.
Mm-hmm.
The experience tells me that not changing tires in Barcelona is a big mistake. And it could be the case for Pugh.
Antonio took that car over from Francesco Tripoli. Tripoli did relatively well. I mean, up 2 spots, and they've lost 3. So they were up 5 spots in that first stint, and now have lost 3 of them. And we'll see how long it takes Max Kotov to catch up, if they're able to. as now Oscar Miaza comes out of the pits, losing a few spots right in front of Kenny O'Connor. After the first round of pits here today in this 4-hour race, things have settled down just a little bit. Drivers are relatively well spread out. Keep in mind, folks, again, this being a 4-hour endurance race, one of our one-off events, just something to get drivers together, get out there and have some fun with their teammates and fellow sim racers. There will be more of these coming. Stay tuned to the Box 3 channels that you need to follow to get all those announcements. I have no doubt. And I can tell you right now, I got to start talking to Mr. Kevin Huffman. Don't know how long it's going to be. Let's call it minimum of 12 hours. We would prefer a 24. But there will be a charity race coming in those November, December timeframe that we'll be looking to raise money for a special event. And we will be looking to do that with a large grid endurance race. Our annual charity race is always my favorite.
Guys, for holding it down when I stepped away, had to get something, had to munch on something. Starting to get a little bit of low blood sugar.
A little snacky poo.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want Philip with the low blood sugar panic. I get cranky.
There you go.
It does look like the drive-through penalties have been served. Looks like the 74 car 2 seconds out in front of Van Hove.
Yeah, that gap has not really clinched up that much. It's been 2.5 seconds since the end of the pit stops, or I should say after that spin from Van Hove. So we've been keeping an eye up there. Things were spread out. Now we got Michael Cook, Kenny O'Connor right there. But with that, sir, I'm going to throw this on autopilot. I'm going to take a step away.
Absolutely. Let me
for a
switch
few
over
moments.
to the switch over to the media visa. And while you're out, me and Kevin can chat. And we could also talk about some of this pitfall data that we're seeing.
There you go. And I'm going to go while I'm stepped away. I'm going to go watch so I can listen to the pit wall data because I like your pit wall data. My favorite.
Thank you. I try. I try.
You do a very good job, and I will be back in just a few minutes, guys.
It took me many years to craft this pit wall data in a way that would be entertaining to hear. So the thing I'm looking at right now, Kevin, Nathaniel Fever in the PHX 74 car, out in front of Matthew Beaumont. Well, actually, excuse me. It's now Sylvain Amour in the 74 in front of Anthony Van Hove in the 835, both PHX drivers. Looks like the average lap time of Van Hove is quicker than Amour. It's very small margins. We're talking barely a tenth between them. But it is in favor of the 835, so we might see that gap close down a little bit. Looks like 74 in the 835 car just kind of controlling this race right now. The number 11 car doesn't look like it's got a shot unless something dramatic happens. Average lap time 45.927 from Rainer Athenstadt. It does look like the number 3 car, Kyle Kornev, and I believe that is Evgeny Kildashev. Evgeny. Solidly in P4 right now in the number 3 car. Not really engaged anymore with Hajo Horman. Although Hajo Horman's actually not that far off me.
Yeah, Horman is coming back. I'm rooting for him. He's my driver of the day so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened between stint 1 and stint 2 for Hajo Horman. I mean, technically stint 3 because he had the drive-through penalty. But average lap time for Hajo Horman right now, he's running a 44.9 on average right now. Anthony Anderson's running a 45.6 on average. So Anderson is not going to be able to keep Hajo behind him for long. But yeah, it is definitely.
Yeah, but we have to point out that getting right behind the car in front is one thing, and overtaking him is another one.
Yep. Yep. Very, very well said. Very well said.
It might be the case that Horman is a bit faster than Anderson, but Anderson defends well enough that Horman can't overtake him, at least safely, let's say.
So we're looking at this fight right now on screen between Oscar Miaza and Michael Cook. But looming there in the background right there is that is one of the Ferraris, I believe. Look real quick. This is going to be the one that was piloted originally by Mr. Charlton. I'm looking, and Charlton was running P425 was running P16. So actually, this is for position. So 14, 15, 16 glued together, and Charlton Kenny O'Connor is moving right now at a 47.4, and that is enough to catch Miller. Meazza is running a comparable pace, so it should be interesting to see if Kenny O'Connor can continue to close down. But kind of like what you were talking about earlier in the race, Kevin, it looks like we've got some pockets of action still happening out on track.
Yeah, I'm surprised that so far we have action pretty much every time, always. And the biggest thing, I think, it's between our two leaders, because right after the spin, Banhaf was like 3 seconds behind Ferrari 74.
Yeah.
And he's now 1.2.
Mm-hmm.
He lapped 3 tenths faster than him.
So whatever happened just now, that was dramatic on the exit of turn 1. I don't know if you saw that on the stream or not, but it looked like Meazza. It looks like Meazza, Michael Cook, and Kenny O'Connor kind of got caught out. It looked like it was one of the Lambos in the mix as well. Trying to find which one it was, and Meazza's sideways on the exit, and he's back in the pits. He might be out. That might be race over for Meazza. Not sure what happened, but it was definitely another part of the track that has been causing a little bit of trouble. Turn 2. A lot of people been getting caught out. I think it was the 34 of Krista. And that Lambo actually looks like it is not very drivable right now. It is wobbling all over the place. So we are now, looks like Meazza hasn't retired the car yet, but I suspect we might be down to 20 drivers here in a moment.
Yeah, and let's see if Krista has to stop for some repairs, or he's gonna make it to the end of the stint. We have like half an hour, a bit more, maybe.
Yeah.
And we've seen before Daniele Crudo racing with damage for 1 hour. So no, Krista didn't stop. I'm sorry, I was drinking water.
No, you're quite all right. In fact, I'm actually looking at the 101 right now, and so Mazza in the car now. Does look like there is still a little bit of damage, but that could be the game engine not updating correctly on my end. But up into P16, now chasing down Cook, but Cook is, kind of far down, or far up the road. So Mazza's got quite a haul to catch back up to Cook. But sticking with it, especially after the turn 1 or the lap 1 incident. So hats off to them for not quitting. Looking through the rest of the field, we've got the F1 Memes crew. Now we've got, who is that? Is that Kotov in the Audi machine. Yeah, Kotov is in there now. I believe that is part of the F1 team's crew. Audi P11, 15.787 back from Jarrett Skinner. And Jarrett Skinner and Matt Kaminsky actually starting to get pretty close.
Yeah, let's see, because he's 6 tenths right behind him. If he makes a good exit out of the last turn, he could be in front at the end of the straight.
Yeah, that would be that'd be interesting. We're gonna keep our eye on that and see how that battle continues to unfold.
Am I seeing Horman close in on Anderson? Is that gap getting smaller?
Oh yeah, Horman is much faster than Anderson right now. I would say, if I had to take a guess, Horman's lapping on average 44.985. Anderson's lapping at a 45.6.
Wow. Okay.
So Horman's going to be looming very large in his rear view. And I mean, Veranda in front, Veronica in the 33, who took over for El Poco Loco, lapping at a 47.4 on the average. So there is the only cars that are running faster than Peugeot right now are Sylvain Amour in the leading 74 PHX Ferrari and Anthony Van Hove in the 835 PHX Ferrari. So Peugeot Horman is definitely on a mission to recover some spots after that drive-through penalty.
Well, and I see Sylvain Amour is about to be under pressure here from Anthony Van Hove. Van Hove closing that gap while I was stepped away too.
Van Hove is lapping pretty quick in comparison. So definitely gonna...
They have back markers right in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
So this is gonna be interesting how they deal with the traffic. Who is gonna take advantage of that?
Sylvain Amour running off track real quick, able to maintain position, but wow, that got a little sketchy.
Those two PHX Ferraris, those are pretty liveries. They've got a little bit of debris out on track.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting hockey pucked around. But yeah, man, those liveries look pretty nice on the PHX machines. And Miaza's still in the server after getting clapped on the exit of turn 1. That was very unfortunate. Oh no, he's taking responsibility for it. Oh, technical failure. Looks like Oscar Mesa's steering wheel failed on him.
Uh-oh.
And that might be a retirement for the 25, and that might be the reason why we saw him do the RTG, because it didn't look like a significant enough impact for him to retire the car, but I also didn't know what he was experiencing on the inside as well. But steering wheel failure definitely set you back.
Horman looking for this move on Anderson. Boy.
Oh, he is getting racy. He is getting super racy. Anyway, I got some coffee brewing, so I'm gonna need it. I tell you, after being on break after the season and then jumping into a 4-hour,
I know, right?
My brain is like, wait, what? There's 2 hours and 28 minutes left. So we were talking before about strategy and stuff like that, and the graph right now for pit stops looks pretty consistent, with the exception of the few folks that took some drive-throughs. But yeah, I mean, I think the time to beat right now, that 106.9 is kind of the time to beat. I'm going to take a look through the data to see if we had anybody that really gave it a shot and managed to hit a time quicker than that.
There you have it, Horman around Anderson, taking up P6. It looks like Van Hove has backed off a little bit. Now I think, Phil, you had stepped away and Kevin and I were talking. These guys are these PHX cars are obviously teammates. I think they all run together. So, are they actually going to race each other?
It looks like the 835 isn't going to let the 74 just drive off.
No, he's not going to let him run away with it. But I wonder if we're actually going to see some tussling. He has backed off a little bit at this point, holding about 1 second or 7/10 back.
Now, in terms of age of tire life, the 835 is running a little bit fresher rubber. Now, it did have that spin on the outlap, so it could have impacted the tire life just a little bit. But they're running relatively the same tire age, give or take a lap. So it'll be interesting. Could be that maybe Van Hove can just have the pace in hand, can just hold off on it, wait for 74's tires start to drop off, and then go get them. It'll be interesting. Matt Kaminsky and Jared Skinner.
Yep.
It's an interesting fight brewing on track.
Coming through the chicane now. It looks like Skinner may have gotten a better launch onto the straight.
Yeah, Skinner in the draft. AMG moving over to the inside line into the marbles.
There he goes. Skinner. Oh, nope. Thought he was going to be able to hold that, but no luck. He went a little deep into T1 and could not. Had to bring it down to make sure he made turn 2.
So, an interesting thing. I'm kind of curious how this plays into the grip levels going into turn 1. Start finish straight is super wide, right? The actual marble line takes up almost half the start finish straight up to the wall. So when I saw Kaminsky move all the way over to the left, he was going to be taking the majority of the marbles. But the line that Skinner took to get the squeeze on him before the entry into turn 1, he was sitting in the marbles too. If Kaminsky was thinking about this at all and broke early, all he needed to do was make turn 1, because we now know what happened with Skinner. He didn't make it. And I'm wondering if the marbles played a factor at all. Oh, penalty coming in for car 94. Drive-through. I wonder if that is our first drive-through penalty. Oh, it's cleared. I wonder if that's our first drive-through penalty for track limit.
No, he got a time for the maximum time for the stint, which is weird.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know when he pitted, but
well, see, the way that it works is you have to hit that control line on pit entry before that 65-minute timer is up. You don't have to get to your box in 65 minutes. You have to. There's 2 control lines at the front and the end of the pit, and that when you hit that line, that's when the clock stops. So I'm just kind of curious what happened there.
Martin Krista getting passed up by Kaminsky and Skinner.
Krista got involved in that incident with Cook and Meazza. I think that was Krista that got caught up in that. And Cook is down in 15th. I think Kenny O'Connor actually made out from that situation probably the best of anybody.
I would like you to take a look at Foreman, because he is closing the gap so fast. He's climbing up
He's
really
almost
quickly.
He's almost 3 seconds a lap faster than Veranda.
Wow.
It is not going to take long. But we'll see. The thing is, I mean, he's primed in this stint to catch Veranda, Athenstadt, and Kildashev. He's that quick.
He's that much quicker than all of those, all 3 of them.
He's that much quicker than Veranda, and he's probably, I would say, close to a second faster all the way up to Kildashev.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they're doing very close lap times, but 2 seconds faster than the last lap. So, do you think Horman got a coffee or something at that pit stop?
I don't
Took
know.
advantage of that 5
Here's
seconds?
I'm kind of curious myself, to be honest, because the thing is, the pace delta between him, his first stint and his third stint, is significant.
Well, but
I wonder if he got the setup wrong.
well, not what? Yeah, maybe. But here's the other part I'm wondering too: are these teams, because Veranda? Let me look at something here. So Veranda is sharing the car with Poco Loco, right? You've got Athenstad is sharing the car with was Damien Konzik out front during the first stint, and Kildashev shares with Korneve. So do we maybe have apologies for lack of a better phrase, but do we maybe have some pro-am teams running this? As Vanderhove takes over from Sylvain Amour up front. Just like that.
Given the nature of this kind of event, I mean, I sure hope that teams are using this as an opportunity to experiment and have a little bit of fun.
Mm-hmm. That was just my thought. Yeah, just because his pace is so much faster now. He's the only constant, right?
Yeah.
All those other cars had different drivers. Now the only one that stands out though as well that he got around was Anthony Anderson. Anthony Anderson running in the car by himself. Yeah. He was able to clear him. So
yeah, I think I don't know. I really don't. I really can't say, because the thing that I was expecting from Horman is I was expecting Horman to have to see his pace kind of drop off as he went from stint to stint. Like, not significant. I wasn't like expecting him to jump into the pits and then all of a sudden come out half second slower. But I definitely wasn't expecting him to jump into the pits and go a half second faster.
Mm-hmm.
But that could be down to something that we don't necessarily know, and that might be a question for Hajo after the race, is how do you go from a 45.755 in your first stint to a 45.181 on average in your third? Like, that is...
Yeah.
That is like 6/10 that you found. And, I mean, he's going to catch... I mean, Rainer Athenstad is lapping at a 46.860 right now.
Wow. So
Hajo's going to look like a train growing in the rearview mirror. It's going to be it's not going to take long. And then for Kildashev, it's about, I'd say, about a half second, maybe closer to 6/10 between like Kildashev was running lap times that Foreman was driving on his first stint. So tire whisperer. I mean, if you figure that is one thing I will say about 1.9 that I really appreciate. People that have figured out how to manage their tires, they probably made bank in this update, because you cannot just pound these tires into powder like you could in 1.8.
Mm-hmm. Two battles going on right now for P6. Veronica Veranda under pressure from Anderson. Anderson now skipping around just as I go to click on it. Able to make the wrap and get ahead. And then we still have Matt Comiskey under pressure from Jarrett Skinner. Skinner unable, or I should say unwilling, to let Comiskey run off with anything.
Well, these two have, well, not Skinner and Comiskey, but Skinner and piloting the car with Matt. John Gray, they've already tangled at least once this race, so there's definitely, like, Skinner was ahead of the 805, but he had to serve that extra 15 seconds, and that kind of caught him out. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race unfolds now, because Skinner does look like he has pace relative to the 805. Yeah, it's definitely getting spicy. I did not anticipate we'd have this many close races happening at the same time, if I'm honest.
And again, Skinner, a solo driver this round.
Yep.
Getting right up on the back of Comiskey. My goodness. I don't think there was enough room for a piece of paper between the Ferrari of Skinner and the AMG of Comiskey right there.
Oh, number 11 spinning out in turn 2. Horman comes.
And here
from
comes
behind
Horman.
and-
Yep.
Yeah, this is gonna get it.
Did you see
that
you saw
Lambo
that?
sliding, yeah.
You
Yep,
saw
yep.
that little shimmy in the front end, about lost it.
Yep, that right there is the rear tires were not ready to not really down with the program in terms of gripping up through Renault.
And also Horman.
Again, front left taking a beating, and it looks like I don't know if it's down to like low wing or traction control on the number 11, but it definitely seemed to struggle through that corner.
With that,
So-
Hajo Horman takes up P4 so far.
I want to ask you one thing.
Mhm.
Am I the only one that was expecting some drive-through penalties because of track limits at this point?
No. No. I'm in that camp with you. I'm
Yeah, but-
very much in that camp with you.
Yeah, but hold on, Phil. I think you expect drive-throughs for track penalties almost every race, no matter what track we're on.
No. The tracks that I expect penalties at. Barcelona is one of those. Valencia, another one. Another track that you're probably very familiar with, Kevin. The technical tracks tend to be the ones that generate the most track limits, obviously, because if there's more straights, I mean, if you get a drive-through penalty at Monza for track limits, you're doing something wrong. But definitely here, especially because like we're watching Matt Comiskey and Skinner right now. The detection point for track limits starts on the entry into New Holland. So you got that yellow sausage curve that goes lengthwise. You get your tires over on the other side of that and you don't check up and just drive through the corner like normal, you're going to get a warning. If you go off the track to the point where you're going to touch the kitty litter, you're going to lose time anyway on corner exit. Maybe that's what's happening to keep people from getting nailed with the detection point. Same deal with the exit of Campos. So we're watching Comiskey right now. They're headed, at least on my part of the feed, they're headed down towards Sayat right now. They're going to go uphill through Worth Curve, and they're going to hit the fast right-hander before they hit the little back stretch before Lakaicha. The exit of that corner can also trigger track warnings. The exit of Lakaicha can also trigger track warnings. So that sort of thing happens in a lot of places, Barcelona. In fact, we haven't seen a lot of drive-through penalties right now. I'm kind of surprised.
The guy is saying they do not have
penalties at the moment.
Some of the guys saying they do not have stint timers visible.
Yeah, that is going to be down to using your eyeballs.
Well, that's Gray just said it though. It's lucky we can tell the time. Like, yeah, you know. At least for that first one, it's pretty straightforward.
Indeed.
Welcome back, Lizzie. I want to thank everybody for joining us today for this
very
one.
close.
Oh, that again, Kevin?
I was saying that the Skinner was very, very close. I think this is his moment. Miski goes to the inside.
Again,
Yeah.
you can see the marble line that
Yeah,
I'm
you
talking
can.
about.
Yeah.
Now, see, Skinner holding that line was doing him some good, but again, just the traction out of turn 2, Comiskey on that inside line just had the perfect setup to go into Renault. I'm thinking if Skinner's going to pull the trigger on this, he's going to have to space himself really well on the exit of Repsol, which leads into the Sayat hairpin, and he's going to have to try and make it. He's going to have to try and make it happen there. That, or he's going to have to try and do it in Lakaicha. I think that's his two places. I think if he tries to do the typical move down turn 1, I just don't think he's got enough. The Ferrari's got enough grunt to really get past the AMG before entry into turn 1. I mean, you
Well,
can already see a little bit of the evidence of people going wide at Lakaicha. Like the little turn signal barriers are just demolished. They're all over the road now.
I will say, you keep talking about, and we're going to see it here again in a few seconds, but you're talking about how Comiskey takes that inside line, gets himself on the marbles down that start-finish straight. He obviously wants to protect that inside line. He doesn't want to give Skinner any opportunity to use that. Marbles or no marbles.
Yeah.
And you see this time he can tell, hey, look, he's back far enough. I don't have to worry about it. Now I'll run my race line, and I can just hold on to this.
I see Skinner's got good spacing right now. So, and you can see the wobble of the AMG, and now Skinner's in prime territory. Like he's gaining up, he's gaining on the 805. He's going to be right on his gearbox, going into Repsol. Maybe take the late lunge there because it is a wider part of the track, but no, he's just going to keep it. He's just going to keep it patient. He's just going to let Comiskey trash his tires.
So this might be it.
Yep.
Skinner on the inside.
Yeah, and into Worth curve, Comiskey is really going to have to play his cards right because
We saw the door tap there though.
Yeah, Comiskey not happy with it
again. Yeah, we see the, and then
I thought that was
Comiskey
hard
flashing.
I thought that was hard racing.
It was, and we'll see. Now we'll see if Skinner pulls up another penalty for that, because when we saw a pass like that through that same section of track before, they pulled a 5-second penalty for it, for that aggressive attitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I personally thought that was fair racing. I know that Skinner got nailed for the 15 seconds when I forgot who was driving the car with Comiskey the last time, but that was in Lakaicha. That was very much a dive up the inside, turn the car moment. Incident noted. No further action from Stewart, head steward, retro coffin. I love it. I love it. He just needs pop in channel. Toto, we had a motor race. Let them race.
No, watch out, because now Skinner, the back end, stepping out on him a little bit, allowing Comiskey to close back up.
We're close to the end of the stint here. We got another. We're within 15 minutes of the end of stint number 2, depending on when people pulled the trigger or took their drive-through penalty, depending. But we're close. We're close. These tires are getting long in the tooth. If I actually look, I'll tell you guys here in a second. So Skinner is running on 25 lap old tires. Comiskey's running on 26 lap old tires. So that is
close that way.
Yeah. And the oldest tires on track right now, Sylvain Amour, is on 28 lap old tires in PHX 74.
Wow. Just as our race
There's
leaders
a
catch
battle
up
for
to.
P2, apparently.
Yeah, well, no.
Not
it's
really?
It's Van Hoven and Moore. They've been swapping back and forth for, you know what I mean? Like, it's not. I think they're trading places when it's convenient.
Maybe.
I really do. They seem to hold the gap until they don't want to anymore.
Well, but the thing is also with Van Hoven, we've seen he does have strong single lap pace, but we've also seen him make mistakes. We've seen him spin the car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm kind of curious there, and we're getting close. Like I said, we're getting close to the end of that stint. If I'm actually looking at pit wall right now, because the thing that I can do for the folks at home is if we look at Sylvain Amour, who has been in the car now for 29 laps, sitting at 51 minutes 3 seconds on the stint timer. So that is, relatively speaking, our canary in the coal mine for the next stint. So if people are pitting before Sylvain, probably too soon, but you're not going to want to pit very much later than if you're pitting after Hajo, you're getting a drive-through because that man's been in the car for 43 minutes. So on this stint. So
Well, and Nathaniel Fever, the co-driver in that 74 car, was one of the first drivers near the front of the pack, near the front of this race, to go into the pits. So that makes sense.
Yeah. And I wonder if that was a little bit of, hey, I know this is a 65-minute stint timer. I'm looking at my MFD. I don't see a timer. I'm going to pit at the hour mark. And probably was smart for doing it that way. Like the people that pulled the trigger on pit stops late in the game and got away with it, Jared Skinner, 1 hour, 4 minutes exactly. Excuse me. No. The winner, the undisputed winner of how long can I sit in the car without getting a penalty? That would go to Artem Kudasov with 1 hour, 4 minutes, 25.6 seconds.
Man.
Ran it right up to the wire.
Awful brave.
Yep. And as somebody who's lost positions, lost significant positions in races before, like I've done endurance racing in ACC before, like the math that you deal with when you're doing stint timers, put a pin in this. We'll talk again when we get to that last stint or not. People are going to have to figure out where that 65 minutes is going to fall relative to the leader taking the checkered flag, because you've got to finish the race in the allotted time, but then the leader has, if they finish and it's not, the time hasn't expired when they take the checkered flag, they got to take another lap. So that is going to be another, upwards of minute 48, minute 50 of track time, and that counts towards your stint timer for the end.
Yeah. Max Kotov taking up P9 over Matt Comiskey. Jarrett Skinner, I'll tell you what, the traffic of the race leaders, Savannah Moore and Van Hove coming through between Comiskey and Skinner, really split them up.
Yes. Yeah.
Van Hove now taking over the lead from Sylvain Moore.
Although Comiskey's going to have to try and catch Kotov, who is in that Audi, and that thing is, as we know, very slick in a straight line. But Sector 1, Sector 3 might work out for Comiskey. Is riding on some pretty old tires at this point. Again, I'm kind of curious with us being at 2 hours and 5 minutes if anybody's going to pull the trigger early on a pit stop.
So, Fabio Mazza in the 101 McLaren has got a drive-through penalty, but I saw no reason. I don't know if it was track limits or a stint timer or whatever.
Martin Krista into the pits.
I would suspect it is. Track limits, just because I like being right. So I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check the timer right now. So Mazda's been in the car for 55 minutes and 25 seconds. So it definitely is not for stint timer. So we're gonna chalk one up for team I was right. Yep. Silence the doubters. Check. Anyways. Thought I'd do that for comedic effect. Yeah. So we got at least one person going to the pits. Miguel's cheering on Mazda. Yep. Going to lose a little bit of time in the pits in the drive-through, but the 101 car, definitely hats off to him. Taking the 30-second penalty for the lap 1 collision, but then battling back from stone last to try and make some moves and stuff like that. Now dealing with the drive-through penalty, but the folks in the 101 car are pretty quick, so I'm kind of curious if they're going to be able to catch back up to Michael Cook.
Yeah, and they have driven with a lot of damage for 1 straight hour. One complete stint. Hats off to them.
Anderson keeping it tight on Rainer Athenstad. Anderson having a good, I think what I would call a good race today. He's, I think he got some new challengers. We've seen how he runs in a regular season. We know he's fast. But this race has brought out some new challenges for Anderson and really going to force him to push himself to be a little quicker, I think.
Yeah, Anderson silencing the doubters on anyone who thought he was going to be slow in the Maka because it wasn't the Lambo. Of which I will add myself to that camp. I was a doubter, Anthony. Should have never doubted you.
Looking for that punch around the outside.
Please, no actual punches.
Right. We had enough of those today.
What? That was pretty funny.
What's that? Oh, sorry. That was my phone.
The race lead. So Sylvain Almore currently sitting about 3.5 tenths back from Van Hove. Still waiting to see who's going to pull the trigger on some scheduled pit stop action. Does look like Krista went into the pits before the 2 hour mark, actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
Fabio Mazza, 101 McLaren right now on the pits.
Yep, taking the scheduled pit stop now. Looking at the timer, man, that is kind of early. Like, unless he's going to sit there for a period of time. Although he's already rolling back out of the pits. So he's not going to hit the control line by that 2-minute mark. So he's going to be probably taking a 6th pit stop at the end of the race. If I'm doing my math right.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep. And this is kind of what we talked about. This is that whole thing about endurance racing. Like, the real secret to endurance racing and being good at it is don't lose time. Just don't lose time.
Yeah, the main thing is to be consistent, staying out of chaos, and doing the less amount of pit stop required. I mean, if you are the faster guy out there, well, good for you.
Yep.
But racing general consistency is key.
Man, Anthony Anderson is all over.
Yeah, he won't let him go.
Yeah.
Now, and Phil, speaking of which, to what Kevin just said, I mean, how many races did we see during season 6 that were won and lost by pit stop, right?
I mean, I'd say a decent chunk. I'd say more than a third were decided in some capacity by mistakes that were made.
Yep.
Relative to pits, either getting nailed with drive-through penalties or people just like messing up their pit stop.
Whoa.
And taking too long to go up on the jacks and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, my software spiked, and looks like both the 835 and 74 cars have headed into the pits, even though the leaderboard does not reflect that.
Yeah, it says Van Hove is now in P9, and I'm like, I don't think that's true. I'm doubting. This is my doubting face.
Well, the weird thing is how the leaderboard has decided to lose its mind and leaves Sylvain Armour up top.
Yeah, I've got the normal like broadcast set up in ACC on my end. So Van Hove looks like went into the pits about 6 tenths ahead. So Hajo Horman continuing to drive away from Athenstadt. Now it's almost 11 seconds between them. And Horman going into the pits. Oof. Stopped a little early on the line. Probably not a bad idea after already serving at least one drive-through this race. So being a little
down.
Yep, being a little conservative, not gonna hurt anybody. So we got Kenny O'Connor. We got the 715 car was in the pits. Horman's up on the jacks now. Let me go check the actual pit stop times for the front runners.
Let me see if I can fix this.
Van Hove, a 1 minute 8.880. So still not under that 1 minute 6.9 from Nathaniel Fever. 1 minute 14.2 though for Sylvain. So definitely losing out on some time. I've got my eyeballs on Hajo to find out how much time Hajo is going to spend in the pits. Kotov's in the pits. Kaminsky's in the pits.
Loco Loco back in the number 33 car.
Taking over from Veronica Veranda.
Anderson's still chasing Athenstad down hard.
And he's actually got some overcut potential, Anthony Anderson. So Rainer Athenstat's 58 minutes, 17, now almost 20 seconds in the car for his current stint timer. Damien did an hour and 3 and 31 minutes, so 36 laps. So it looks like if Athenstat wanted to push similar numbers, he's probably about 3 to 4 laps away from hitting the pits. Meanwhile, Anthony Anderson did 36 laps, averaging a 46.0, and he's averaging a 46.0. So he's got about another 4 laps in the car himself before he's going to pull the trigger on a pit stop. And it looks like he just got around Hajo. Or that's because Hajo went in the pits.
Yes. Yeah.
And his pit stop was a minute 11. So let's take a look at Mr. Anderson to find out what Anderson's pulling in pit stop times. 1 minute 26 that first time. Oof.
Wow.
That is it's a big pit stop delta. And Anthony knows I'm going to watch his pit numbers like a hawk.
Poor kid.
Oh, car number 6. Hosius, I think it's pronounced like that. Hosius. Has got a drive-through penalty because of the steam timer.
Perfect.
So on your display there, if you pull up the broadcast, I'm just kind of curious if it'll fix now, because I see that Fever and Beaumont are next to each other, so I think it might have updated.
Well, I brought that up so I could compare what ACC TV was saying compared to AC itself, or ACC itself, and they match. So if they're matching, I might as well keep this up.
Well, yeah, no, yours was very much wrong before.
Yeah,
but now it is very much right again, so we're good.
Okay, perfect. Ildechev into the pits now.
Yep, we're looking good. We're looking good. I wonder if there was just like some sort of bump or something.
Ooh. Anderson struggling back there. What happened here? He's going to head into the pits, but he dipped himself off into the kitty litter for a moment there, coming out of the chicane. I wonder if he made a last-ditch effort to get to the pits and was going the wrong way at the time.
Well, I mean, he might also just been messing with the MFD while he was in the middle of the chicane.
True.
Which is a recipe for mistakes. But you never know.
I can tell you that in the chicane is the only time, like it's the best time to play with the MFD.
Yes, it is the best
Absolutely the best time.
I'm not sure if something happened with Fever in the 74 car, but there's almost 6.5 seconds back from Beaumont now. I'm going to go take a look at those numbers, because Anthony Van Hove had a 1 minute 8, but Sylvain had a 1 minute 14.
Wow.
Oh. Ouch.
Wow. Well, with things rolling through pits right now and everything changing around, and it looks like things are very calm, I am going to go ahead and autopilot step away one more time here, or
yes, sir.
Another time real quick. And I'll tell you, Phil, while I step away, I'm curious, because I talked earlier about how, do we maybe have some Pro-Am teams here, right, that are running, and that's why we're seeing, not to say that Horman is slow, but maybe that's why we saw the catch-up. Right? Mm-hmm. Was it because Horman found speed, or was it because we have these Pro-Am teams going against a single driver? That should be something the data should show us, right? As we get a third stint now with the first driver back in.
Yeah, I can definitely report on that a little bit while you're out.
Perfect.
Got it pulled up right now.
And I will be back, sir.
Yeah, because I can definitely see a little bit of a difference. So Horman did find over a half second in the car between stints. So I'm thinking that there must have been something about the car setup going into the first stint. Hajo's going to be the only person who really knows the answer to that. But the delta between stint 1 and stint 3 is about 0.6. Like it's pretty. It's pretty. Well, actually, by the end of it, it's not quite 0.6. It's more like 0.3. But for a good chunk of time, he was lapping at 44s, so he was moving pretty fast. And even now, his last lap after the pit stop was 44.9. So he's moving pretty quick. But in the meantime, the 33 car, so El Poco Loco lapping at a 45.6 over a 36 lap stint in stint 1. Veronica Veranda lapping at a 47.612 for 31 lap stint. So there's definitely a pace delta, although it does look like El Poco Loco is lapping at a 45.1 right now. So might have found a little bit of pace, might just be fresh rubber. John Gray, Matt Kamitsky, they're running relatively same figures in terms of pace. Thomas Mraz, 45.4. Martin Krista lapping at a 49.178. So definite, noticeable pace delta between those two. Let's take a look at the leaders. I'm kind of curious what the pace delta is between Van Hove and Beaumont. 110. Not much. Sylvain Almore, 45.2. Nathaniel Fever, 44.9. So about 0.3 between them. So while I wouldn't necessarily call them like pro AM difference, there is definitely a little bit of a pace delta between those two. So some definite good stuff from a strategy perspective. Can really appreciate what they've got going on.
So,
Excuse me.
Fever on that 74 Ferrari, last lap, time lap 1:43.9.
That is pretty quick. And Nathaniel Fever actually had, if I remember correctly, the fastest lap before he turned the car over to Sylvain. So he's already got a 43.9 in the books. Although who actually has the fastest lap right now? It's not. It's actually.
I think he is. I think that's the fastest lap.
Interesting, because it's actually not showing as purple in pit wall, but 43.9. I think Nathaniel had the fastest lap before he just did the upgrade. So I mean he's moving in the 74. It's a good race so far. Now we're tuned into Poco Loco in the 33, and I believe he's chasing down the number 11 of Warren Wilcock in. Yeah, he's in the number 11. 92 car clearing a drive-through penalty. Who's that? That's Cameron Miller.
And that's another faster lap for Fever. Another 43.9.
Okay, all right. So Fever, just pumping out fast laps of 43.932. So upgrading by the tune of like 0.06 of a second. Yeah, he's moving. That gap has also come down. We were talking before; it was almost 7 seconds. Now it's like barely 4. It's like 4.3.
Yes, and this is what I like about endurance racing. We've been here for a bit more of 2 hours, and there's still very close battles. For example, we have El Poco Loco with Wilcock, who's here at Durham right now.
Yeah.
But we have the battle for the leadership of the race. 4 seconds. We have another battle, for example, Kotov and Skinner, 5/10.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, yeah, we started racing 10 minutes ago. No, we haven't. We've been here for more than 2 hours.
Yep. 2 hours and almost 12 minutes. And yeah, to your point, the fact that we've got some close action still on track. We've had a few retirements. Like we've lost, I want to say, 3 cars this race. The attrition has not been that high. I was actually expecting to see more cars because Barcelona is just one of those brutal tracks that when you start to feel like you're falling behind, it's just hard to get back into that mindset where you feel like you're starting to get ahead.
Yeah.
So usually retirements in Barcelona, usually on the high end. Whereas like with like say for example like a Bathurst retirement, it's usually high because people just straight up wreck the car. But yeah, it is definitely a much stronger field and a much closer race in some areas than I had originally expected to see. And I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, they've been very close to each other for the entirety of the race, and
Yep.
they're still racing very close to each other.
Yep.
And Hosius just got another drive-through penalty. I think that was track limits.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
It definitely looked like he was having a bit of a moment on the exit of Europe car going down in the RACC chicane, just went too deep. Like if you go too far over the line on the entry to the RACC chicane, that's a detection point. Like it's just one of these things where it's like it's easier than people probably take Barcelona for granted. It's very easy to generate track limits violations because it's such an open and inviting track with a lot of areas with maximum runoff. It's very easy to push too hard. Kotov catching Skinner? It looks like it.
Yeah, so I was just looking at
he
that. That gap had come down a little bit. It looked like
About 0.3 in favor of Kotov. So Kotov kind of figured something out early on because last stint, Kotov's average lap time ended up being faster than Skinner's. But Skinner was really strong at the end of stint 2. Kotov, very strong at the start of this third stint. I wonder if we're going to see kind of a repeat of stint 2 where Kotov is like super on the ball with the Audi, and then maybe because of the low downforce setup, I'm assuming that's on the 86 car, might see a little bit more tire drag than we'll see on the 96 Roadrunner Ferrari.
I see we have Mr. Rick Pixel taking the helm of the number 805 car.
Yep. Just wanted to point out while you were gone that another drive-through penalty probably for track limits. So chalk another one up to the doubters. That's right. That's right.
Well,
Claudio
Wanmacher now heading into the pits. But possibly another drive-through? Is that... I mean, listen, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drive-throughs today.
And we can chalk 4 of those up to stint timer.
The stint timer. But the other 5, it looks like, are probably for those track limits, right?
It's possible.
Guys just getting hammered out on them.
And
Anderson having a great race today. Anderson up 6 spots on the day. So Anderson having a really great race.
There is a kind of stop on track on turn 1.
Oh, look at the Porsche doing Porsche things. Imagine that.
I mean, it would be so much easier for that car to stay on track if they would put the engine in the right spot.
Jarrett Skinner.
And the right answer to that for Retro in chat. Where's the right spot to put the engine? Not the back, obviously.
Not the back. That's not where it goes. Lizzie, where are you racing tomorrow? What's the race and where are you racing?
If you guys keep saying that kind of things, I think Retro is not gonna steward again.
Oh, I think Retro will steward because that is the primo spot. You want to talk about the place where you can twist the knife the most?
Right.
Like.
And besides, you have to remember something. It is not... What do we have here? Yellow flag. Okay. Posey is staying on track, though. Retro does not steward. The hair stewards.
Oh yeah. The party in the back is where the stewarding happens.
Full. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I can confirm as a steward myself.
So you know.
Yep. And see, the thing is that it's like we haze Retro, but come on, this man has easily You summon me or my hair. I mean, Retro, no offense, but you're just the vessel for your hair.
Yeah, let's be fair. Like you
But,
exist because the hair needs a way to get around.
Yeah.
It's not like the hair
The
exists
hair-
because you allowed it to exist.
The mullet is a higher life form. It is figured out through evolutionary biology, like how to pilot like a human body, and you're just there for the hair, man.
There you go. Look at that. Lizzie has a race for the Trackalicious Rookie League tomorrow, and she commentates on Thursdays in the multi-class.
The mullet achieved transcend. It
Right.
does. It does. I am. It's just, yes. Yes. Anthony Anderson. So Anthony Anderson did have a bit of a moment a little while ago. Did have a trip over the bumps at turn 1, but other than like a little bit of scuffs and scrapes on the car, probably just through long distance use. The number 16 has been serving Ando pretty well this race.
It has. Been doing well. I think we typically see Anderson do pretty well throughout every race. I mean, he had some struggles in season 6, right? There were a few, let's say, hit issues during one particular race, right?
Well, I mean, there was that. I think there were also like just a couple moments where he had like some bad luck at the start of the race and stuff like that. Ando, really strong performer. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do in some of these future events and stuff like that. I'm really hoping to see if we can see Ando in action in some of them iRacing.
I'm trying.
So Ando, I'm calling you out. Gotta see what that potential is. If you drive the MP4, by the way, I'm gonna laugh at you the entire time because that's basically the equivalent of like racing in a horse-drawn chariot. That car is so old. It's drawing Social Security. That car is so old. It has an AARP membership.
Well, we might. Oh wow. I'm pretty close to one of those, so I just back off a little bit. Just a little bit.
Here's the thing. No disrespect. I read TV Guide too. It's fine. It's okay. But definitely gonna laugh. Definitely gonna laugh hard if he shows up in the MP4 12C.
Well, here's the thing. Some of those GTD cars may go away for the upcoming season.
I mean, some of those GTD cars may go away because they don't make parts for them anymore.
Well, that's true too. But my point being is apparently we are getting 2 new GTP cars in September.
That would be interesting. I would be very interested to see what that ends up.
I've already been asked, well, because one's a Porsche, so you're going to put it in. I've had several people ask, are these going to get in? And I'm like, well, if they're available, we can, but 2 GTDs will have to go away because you can only have 9 different cars per event, right? So we might have to swap them out real quick. I already bought the Cadillac, so I doubt I'll buy another one. I'll probably just stick with that for the season.
Gonna drive around in the Caddy. I bought the M4 when it released. It's a fun car.
Yeah.
Or the MA, excuse me.
Okay.
It's a fun car. Like the GTP is a fun system. It is difficult. It is very tricky, especially on outlaps, to try and get temperature buildup in the tires and to get the car to the point where it will behave. The harvesting system and stuff like that, such a welcome system in the car in comparison to, say, the boost mechanism that existed in the older LMP1, like the 919 Porsche and the Audi R8 e-tron. Like that was those systems just, they were something else. I do not need to necessarily play with a graphing calculator while driving down a straightaway. Yeah, anyway, looking at the race leader right now, Nathaniel Fever, he's in the background. Like, that man's got some pace right now.
He does. I mean, he's closed in this gap, but let's check in. We got to go check in on Anderson and El Poco Loco. I can't, every time I say that name, I can't help it.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure El Poco Loco is going to use that for the wrestling intro music.
They absolutely should. Chris Finlay now into the pits. Are we clearing another penalty?
Nope.
No? Okay.
It doesn't have you. That's it.
No, that is, although I'm pretty sure I'm kind of curious how he served. Either pit wall has broken or he served a hour and 17-minute stint. Like that seems wrong.
Just a tad.
I suspect there was
We know
maybe
it's now
potentially a
closed.
drive-through that was cleared. Oh, Ando having a bit of a moment out of the RACC chicane.
Poco Loco
Sure.
able to get clear.
Yeah.
Pick up that P5 spot.
Look who's looming right behind that Porsche, right behind Ando.
And El Poco Loco getting a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision.
Ooh,
Oh,
so that's
wow.
gonna
I don't know
sting.
if we have seen it. I don't think so.
I did not see that.
Claudio
But,
Wanmacher now into the pits. A lot of off-schedule pit stops here in this third stint today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. It looks kinda sus. I'm not sure. So Wanmacher was at 58 minutes 26 when he served the first pit stop, which looked like it was supposed to happen. I'm kind of curious if this pit stop for the 87 is a drive-through clearing. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch my dashboard over to the main and see if I can get the racing messages. Yeah, 87 drive-through cleared. Yeah, that's a clearing the drive-through penalty for sure. And if I'm looking, would have been 10 minutes prior, number 6 cleared a drive-through penalty. That would
Bob
have been
Charlton.
Jose.
Sorry, Bob Charlton sideways on track. I got to go back. Did he hit?
The front end of that Ferrari looked like it took a bit of a tap.
Well, it looks like he's really struggling because 30 seconds back, right before the chicane, he was in the middle of the track backwards. Had to get spun around. Let's catch this replay and see what happens here. Yep, the back end just drops out and right into the wall coming out of that final corner.
Now, he might have gotten the car slowed enough where it would have been a glancing blow on the front end of that car because he did get a spin afterwards. Hopefully, he's not dealing with some significant damage in the 425.
Like Anthony Anderson will now possibly come under pressure from Jarrett Skinner once again.
Oh, and that penalty for El Poco Loco was for causing a collision with car 16, which is Anderson.
Yep.
On lap 77.
I suspect that was
Retro.
one. I suspect that was when we saw Anthony going off on the sausage curbs. We probably just didn't. We probably caught the end of it. We probably didn't see it at the events actually unfold.
Mm-hmm.
So Max Kotov in the 86, being chased down right now by Warren Wilcock in number 11. I'm thinking that Audi has been on track now for how long? Switch back over to the stint charts. So Kotov has been on those tires for 22 minutes. Actually, you know what I want to do? I'm gonna while you guys are chatting, doing your thing, I want to swap over to Kotov, and I want to see how the pace drops off on that Audi over time.
Rose Gaming, thank you, sir, for that. Much appreciated. We're on board with Warren Whitlock in the number 11 car right now. He chases down Max Kotov, and yeah, Anderson up ahead, and we will try and get up there. Anderson coming under that pressure from Jarrett Skinner. Skinner closed that gap very quickly.
And so give me a second, guys. I'm gonna step off a moment.
Sure, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Nathaniel Fever closing in on Matthew Beaumont up front. And again, I have a feeling these guys are trading places as necessary.
So I think Kotov's losing about, if I had to guess, I'd say about 4/10 on a set of tires throughout the
Okay.
stint. So that's going to be interesting to see if he can stay out in front of Wilcock for the entire race, because they're relatively close to one another. and I'm just thinking that a 4/10 drop off is in the cards for Kotov. So focus in on Wilcox because he's 4/10 behind right now. In the big brain Lamborghini, the number 11 car, Warren Wilcox, trying to chase down the Skechers 46. I believe that's the F1 memes team. So that would have been who was it that won the Pro-Am category?
Oh, you're asking me to remember stuff like that now?
No.
Wow.
I got you. I got a browser window open that I'll tell
I was gonna say I have to go take a look.
No. I'll go take a look. Been a minute.
Did look like Whitlock had a little bit of trouble there though for a second, and about went into the back end of Kotov.
Yeah.
Able to save it though, as we catch up with Anthony Anderson and Jarrett Skinner now.
So if I look at the results, I believe that is the same team as Ivan Zolotarov.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
So Ando's got to deal with Skinner now.
Yeah, Skinner closed that up a little quicker than I thought he would.
Yeah. We are at an hour and 31 minutes left in this racer. I'm going to go refill my coffee to power myself for the last hour and a half of this race. I will be back in a quick shake.
Sounds good, sir. I will be right here.
Yes, sir.
So we were saying that Anderson is having a good race, and he is indeed having a good race. But
Really, he was.
what do you think about Skinner? Because it seems like pretty similar races to me.
Yeah, I think Skinner's there as well. I mean, if you look at both those guys, Skinner's up 2 spots on the day. Anderson's up 5. But Skinner's now chasing him down real hard into turn 1. You know, and that puts him a little more even, right? And there he goes around the inside. Doesn't look like he's going to hold this one. But wow, the battles we got going today, and still keeping an eye back on Max Kotov and Warren Whitlock. But yeah, I think Skinner's having a great race today. Doing a good job keeping consistent, and has obviously moved up at least a couple spots, and looking to make it 3 if he can find a way around Anderson here in the next hour and a half.
Mm-hmm. We also have this battle for the leader of the leadership of the race. 2 tenths between these guys. Almost 3 hours in.
Well,
the race.
But again, I'm not gonna lie. I really believe that they are teammates, right? They all race together, and that they that they're really just playing back and forth. They seem to pass each other when they want to pass each other. It really has that, and the way that I mean, again, obviously very fast drivers. I think they're using this as a way to practice together, right? And which is perfectly fine. All 4 drivers are very quick, so they're more than welcome to be up there in the front. But yeah, I think that's what we're seeing up there is a little bit of back and forth just for fun or to practice with each other, etc. So that's why I haven't really thrown focus up there too much, even though usually if you got a number 1 spot being contested in a race and with an hour and a half left, you're going to be right there and glued to it. But in this particular case, I don't think that's a need. I'd rather watch Anderson and Skinner right now. Skinner taking that inside run. He might have it this time. Clean pass into T1.
Yeah, let's see if he can hold it off.
Pushing out a little bit on Anderson. Anderson go a little wide coming through T2, but now Skinner able to lock onto it and has gotten himself fully in front of Anthony Anderson.
So one thing I want to point out is that Anderson could have some damage because, as Retro said, car 33 crashed with him. So
Yeah.
it might be the case that he's a bit slower now, but we have to wait because there is still a long race, and he could fight back. He's right after the Skinner.
Yeah, and we all, I mean, we everybody knows, if you've watched Box 3 for any length of time, you know Anderson has pace. One of our pro class drivers in the league. And to your point, maybe he's, I don't know, only, I mean, we're not close to the pit window yet, so I don't see him nursing tires, but as you said, it could be damage that, you know, he held his own for as long as he could. Now all he really needs to do, because Max Kotov is 4 seconds back. Really, I think all Anderson needs to do is maintain his distance to Skinner if he can. Keep pace with him. Get that final pit stop in. If there is damage, get it repaired so he's up to full speed for that last hour. And really just bang, right?
Yeah. And we have 18 cars. How many did we have at the start? Like
22 or 23, so we've definitely lost some.
Yeah, we have lost a car because of technical failure.
Yeah.
Which hurts. Not because it's strange things in racing, but because it could cost you a lot of money. And yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate when that stuff happens. Timothy Glendinning retired the number 2 Merc. Says skill issues. Timothy is just is a trip. Oh man, and I had him so mistaken, like for so many moments in like last season. I think I said he was an Aston Martin driver like at least 12 times, and then finally he's just like, you know, I raced the Audi, right? Like every race this season, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm dumb. So.
You do better than I do. I barely can remember which car is which just by looking at them half the time.
It's just like, yeah, he's an Aston driver. Yeah, it's fine. Like, okay. See, you guys got to keep me in check. Make sure that I'm not going senile.
Well, listen, I have a mental block with the McLaren of Anthony Anderson, or any McLaren. It has to say McLaren across the front, across that windshield, or I forget that it's a McLaren, and I will call it something else. I don't know why. Yeah. It's just the shape. The shape of the vehicle does not jump out to me to where I instantly recognize it like I do the Porsche or the Audi.
Yeah. What it is we're like fine wines. We get better with age, just not better at talking.
Yeah, exactly.
We get better at other things. We just don't get better at talking. I get better at taking naps.
Yep. I get better at waking up way early because I went to bed at 8 o'clock.
I have definitely have said a thing or two to some clouds, shaking my fist at them. But there he is, Glendino in chat saying the Merc retired with a skill issue. It's not a skill issue, Timothy. It's just it's not the Aston, which I will constantly forget that you do not drive. So anyway, maybe you should drive the Aston one time just to really throw me off. Maybe I'll have like a stroke or something. I'll just be like, wait a minute, this is actually happening. But anyway, so we got an hour and 23 minutes left. Matthew Beaumont. Yeah, I know you're in the Audi. I know. I got it wrong like all last season because I'm dumb. Like it's not because of, like Caster gets make of car and driver mixed up, skill issue. Yep. Like that's definitely.
Now it looks like Anderson's struggling to keep up with Jarrett Skinner here. The gap's slowly opening up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Max Kartov is holding on to P8 over Warren Whitlock. Whitlock has fallen back a little bit, and it's remained pretty steady at 1 second.
Well, the other thing, too, is with Skinner, like Skinner's going to have some really good pace in that 296. He's driven it since it released.
Yeah.
He's driven that car pretty much exclusively since it's released. Ando drove the Evo 2 Lambo for season 6, and I think, you know, he's quick in the McLaren, no question. But yeah, it is definitely really good pace from Skinner right now, and I suspect he might catch Poco Loco.
What is the pace difference between Skinner and Anderson?
Pace difference right now between Skinner and Anderson, 47.311 for Anderson, which is a significant drop off in comparison to his second stint. I'll tell you those numbers in a minute. 45.489 for Skinner. So
Okay.
Anderson's last stint number 2, 46.108.
Wow. Okay.
Third stint, 47.311. So the other thing we need to remember too is that there was a collision between the 33 and the 16 in this stint in particular. He could be dealing, and the McLaren is sensitive to aero damage.
That's what we were talking about when you had stepped away. That, you know, if Anderson's dealing with damage, he could be struggling, and it'll be curious to see once he hits the pits if he does have to make repairs, where he comes out pace wise to Skinner.
Yeah.
But he's got to hold on. He's got to hold that gap if he wants to have the opportunity to get back ahead of him once the damage is repaired.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough race for that, but I think Ando's up to the task. Now the thing Ando's got to do is he's got to stay out in front of Kotov, because Kotov's driving at a 45.761 on average. So he is closing. He's closing that gap down. It's what, maybe 5 seconds right now, but it's not gonna be 5 seconds here for long.
Yeah.
So. In fact, if I'm taking a look right now, what I'm kind of curious about, so Anderson has been in that car for 32 minutes now. Kotov has been in the car for 35 minutes on this stint, so Anthony's going to have a tough one, no question. That is not going to be. It's not going to be easy to stay out in front of Kotov for that long, because he's basically got the whole half of the stint left. I'm just looking right now through the data right now, trying to see if I can find anything else that like pops out as like actual big difference. Looks pretty good on my end, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought the
Glendino said the first hour was great. Absolutely love it. Box 3 at its best. Glad to hear that, Glendino.
That is what I like to hear. Well, I had a conversation, or tried to start a conversation regarding, you know, season 6 started off with some penalty points and applying those to people. And you would earn a certain number of points, and it equals a quali ban or a race ban or what have you, and eventually a seasonal ban if you just can't keep it together, right? I don't know. My opinion of that system is, I like it. I think it's a great system. The only change I would make is I think there needs to be harsher penalties for the pileups. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like if people get away with a pileup with just a couple points, but they still get to come back the following race and race, yeah.
I think the thing that maybe it could be interesting to play with the penalty point system is maybe like not a race ban, but quali bans happen faster. And then a multitude of point accumulation to receive quali bans would then upgrade you to a race ban.
Yeah.
Like maybe you get like a quali ban faster, you get your second quali ban at the same rate, but that third time, instead of getting the quali ban, that's when you get nailed with the race ban.
Yeah.
Because the quali ban will affect your placement in the race. The race ban is just like probably going to turn into most people into their drop round.
Yeah, well, there lies the other problem, right? So if there's a drop round, and somebody has a race that they've been penalized due to incidents, have been removed from that race, were they really punished? They were going to drop around anyway.
Yeah, and that's why I think the quali ban, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I think the quali ban in and of itself is a larger punishment than the race ban. Because think about it. Think about the people that get hit with a race ban, but they're trying to get themselves sorted, right? They're not trying to cause problems in a league. They're not trying to do anything like that. The race ban is a good punishment tool, but if they keep their act together, it's largely just going to affect their scoring for the drop round.
Yeah.
Quali bans, however, are going to affect your race results if you accumulate them faster. Like, they are going to result in lower finish point scoring in multitude of races. That's going to affect your overall appearance in that class.
True.
In terms of like where you place. So I think quali bans happening faster at a faster rate. I'm not saying insanely fast. I'm not saying like you get 2 points for a turn 1 pileup, instant quali ban. Maybe it's instead of like, well, what I was going to say is maybe instead of like 2 points being an instant quali ban, maybe put it at like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But then having those quali bans happening at like a fixed rate at a pretty constant level, that's really gonna start. Once people take that first quali ban, they're gonna be super cautious, because you get another 3-4 points, get another quali ban, that's gonna hurt even more. That's gonna create mounting losses. So but that's me. That's like one view.
No, absolutely. And I know there are multiples, and like I said, I lean more towards the, man, I'm gonna drop kick you out of here because you did that attitude. Like, no, zero tolerance. Pause the pilot. You're gone.
So Glentino's like, I'd rather see a Ferrari ban.
I'd rather see a Porsche ban.
Oh, dang.
Can we get rid of Porsches?
Dang. I mean, here's the thing. Do you really want to? So, come on, be serious. You really want to get rid of the Porsche? Isn't it just a funny car to watch?
It is. I don't want to get rid of it, because if we did, we'd never get to see Retro's hair drive again. It won't drive anything but the Porsche, he said. So.
Yeah. I agree. It would be sad. A Porsche-less grid. He's like, I will come to New York. I mean, he will fly there on his hair.
Bring it. Let's go. Let's go. You're more than welcome anywhere, Retro. You can come on up, man. We'll sit down and have a drink together. Don't worry about it.
His hair is basically like what would happen if his head had a broomstick. It is very much. It's got superpowers.
I think his hair is going to become the official mascot of Box 3.
Here's the thing. You guys make a Box 3 logo that has a mullet.
I want that right now.
It will be.
I just had the same thought.
An instant classic.
Oh my god!
Instant
yes, I need that.
Classic.
It's got to look good. It can't just be a Photoshop over the it has to look like it. Has to look like it's a part of it, and it's flowing and long and glorious.
Yeah. You just basically. I'll have time later tonight.
Retro, I'm not fighting. First of all, I don't have a kiddie pool. Second of all, I don't have any baby oil. Third, I don't. No, the hair would choke me to death, probably.
Here's the thing. You're saying you don't have a kiddie pool and you don't have any baby oil, and my answer to that is, sir, you can get anything on the internet.
Yes.
You can get anything on the internet. I promise you.
Max Kotov struggling a little bit, showing white flag at one point. Whitlock able to get alongside, but then not able to maintain.
I wonder if there was a little bit of run in between these two, and a little bit of like a gentleman's like letting the race continue to happen kind of thing. Because Kotov slowed up. Kotov slowed up a lot.
Yeah. But I didn't see any kind of incident. No contact reported. Oh, and a hard slide there. Catching a little bit of that sausage curb.
That little oscillate of the back end right there was very much.
Oh, you're right, Rose. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction, Rose, because I will get that mistake, because I have raced both with a Wilcock and a Whitlock, but more often with a Whitlock, Mr. Ryan Whitlock from Madhouse Racing.
I think we've both been saying it wrong the whole time.
I think I've said it correct at least once or twice.
I don't know.
But also, I'm old, so
True.
I could have just forgot. I could have been calling a different race from history.
We should tell Rose we say things the way we want around here. That's all it is. It's just how it goes, sir.
It's not so much we say things the way we want. We say things the way that our brain that has holes in it, like Swiss cheese, wants us to say it.
But let's get it
P1
right.
fight is tight. Yes, it is 8/10. It is definitely tighter. But that's because Nathaniel Fever's got the pace on Matthew Beaumont.
Well,
Like it's been pretty consistent that Beaumont has been losing out. 44.752 is the average lap time to a 45.017, so almost 3/10 in favor for Nathaniel Fever. Rose,
Wilcock.
I will try to get your last name correct.
What's his last name?
Very much my mistake. I think he said Wilcock?
No,
But Wilcock's in the car. So what's
Wilcock's in the
Rose's
car.
last-
No, I'm asking. Yeah, he says we can't get his last name right.
You got to hook us up, man. Is
Yeah.
your last name Rose Gaming? Because I think I can say that.
And
Correct.
if it's Roe,
Tomazic.
Tomazic. What's wrong with Tomazic?
Oh, maybe it is Tomachik, something like
Tomat-
that.
yeah,
something
it
like-
You could be right there.
Okay,
You could be
yeah.
right there.
Um,
Anytime I get a name wrong, Rose, and you want to call me out for it, not only do you have permission, well, I mean, you're an adult, you can do whatever you want, but, Tomazic.
Tomazic.
Are you sure that,
Tomazic?
well, yes, but
I thought that's
I
what
will
I was
try to
saying.
say that correctly. I will try and take my southern drawl out behind the shed and strangle it so that I can try and get those words out and make it sound like that.
So Wilcock now struggling, falling back 2.5 seconds behind Max Kotov. And, Retro brought up in the chat again about the P1 fight. I think, Phil, you were away when Kevin and I talked about it. They're not fighting.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're not necessarily fighting in terms.
I don't think it's a
tooth and nail.
battle at all. No, I don't even think they're battling at all.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm not necessarily like I like when I race with a team and stuff like that. Like I love my teammates and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna roll over and let you.
No,
have it.
I don't know that that's necessarily going. I think it's more. And I said this earlier, but I think it's more. They're using this for practice, right?
Fair.
I really do. They will pass each other when the opportunity presents itself. But I really believe it's practice. At the end of the day, neither driver on none of the drivers on these two teams, for a total of four people, are none of them really care who comes in first or second.
Yeah,
and they're up by a minute at this point. They're 59 seconds over Mikhail Kornev, so I'd say they're doing pretty good.
So Crudo was white flagged for a little bit, but he's back on track. Car looks like it has gone through some repairs, so I'm thinking they probably decided to pull the trigger and take repairs during one pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
Got to have that Verstappen teammate energy. You mean the one where it's like, oh, pit wall called, you need to pit right now, Checo. Oh, we don't care how long you've been on those tires. Get the hell out of his way. That's that Verstappen teammate energy you've been talking about. It is interesting how Checo's pit stops are always 3 or 4 tenths slower than Verstappen's, on average.
Yeah. Did you see today's pit stops?
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Join me. You can order tinfoil on the internet. It makes great hats. That's just how I roll. It's I'm 100% in the Red Bull conspiracy. They're ruining Checo's best season camp.
Oh boy. I thought we weren't allowed to talk about F1 things at Box 3.
Oh, we could talk about F1 things. I'll talk about F1 things all day. Like nothing says Phil's tinfoil hat emporium. Hey, that sounds like a really good idea. Because you know who needs tinfoil hats? People that believe in conspiracy theories.
That's right.
There are a lot of them. That sounds like a market asking for someone to come in and satisfy.
And you do know they're not made of tin anymore, right?
Are they not made of tin anymore?
Well, it's aluminum
When
foil.
did
It's
this
not
happen?
tin. It's not tin. It's aluminum.
Man, see
Used to be made
that's
out of
what
tin.
that's what's wrong with the world today. Tinfoil hats don't even have tin in them anymore. That is a spun Ferrari. Charlton is facing the wrong direction on the exit of La Caixa. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, this has been a very hard to follow conversation.
Oh,
So here's what I'm going to do, Kevin, just to give not only your brain cells but everyone else's brain cells a break from my stupidity. I'm going to shut up and read some data.
well, while you look up your data real quick, I just wanted to explain. See, it's tin foil was a thin foil made of tin. It was superseded after World War II by cheaper and more durable aluminum foil. So all the foil out there now is aluminum, not tin.
Do you understand the concept when we're talking about tinfoil hats, what that means?
I assume you were asking Kevin.
I was asking Kevin.
Yeah.
Do you know when we say, for example, that somebody's wearing a tinfoil hat, we've all been foiled.
Jeez.
Oh, up in there with we've all been foiled.
Oh Lord. Going off the rails quick here today, guys. See, Kevin, this is why we said you shouldn't be nervous, because eventually chat will take care of it for you.
Yeah, exactly. It is so the concept of a tinfoil hat is people would wear tinfoil on their heads to protect them from signals that were being broadcast into their brains.
Wait, but are you explaining this to me or to the chat?
I'm explaining this to anybody who will listen.
Okay.
That's kind of how being crazy and senile works.
Oh man.
Okay. I'm sorry. Keep going, please.
Oh wait, we have to make
No.
Rudel. We have to make Rudel in the chat happy. Aluminium. Oh,
Yeah.
woo.
When a Yank says aluminum. No. See, that's the thing. Where I'm from, it's not aluminum, and it's not aluminium. It's aluminum.
Aluminum. Yeah.
Aluminum. It's almost like the A
You dropped the A completely.
just goes away.
So keep saying it that way for Rudel then,
Yeah.
because that'll really twist his knickers.
Yeah. Call somebody on the phone and you ask them, "You got any aluminum foil?"
Yeah. Oh man.
And even foil, it's almost like foil has
Foil.
yeah, exactly. It's a
Foil.
foil.
Oh.
Do you have any foil?
Oh.
I'm glad this
It's a
is
great
devolving
race.
into absolute straight up shenanigans at this point because,
Well.
ladies and gentlemen, we are getting back into the swing of things here with a 4-hour endurance race, and we're doing it the best we can. You got that tin foil.
Tenfold. Tenfold. The best. See, Phil, and that's the thing is you mentioned your southern accent. I really don't hear it because I've known people whose southern accent is so much
thicker
than yours. When we lived in Florida, there was a guy from Alabama my wife worked with. She needed me to translate for her because he would just say things to her. So she would call me and go, "What does this mean?" And I go, "What?" And she'd put him on the phone and go, "You want me to carry you somewhere?"
Yeah.
You want me to carry you somewhere? And she had no idea that meant, do you want him to take you somewhere? Do you need a ride? So
the one I'll give Chad, and this will be my last southern anecdote for the stream because I'm pretty sure people are just like,
what
Toto,
are they even doing today?
it's a motor race, Toto. Anyway, but it's very much the one that threw my wife off, who's from Jersey. She's lived with me in the South before, and somebody told her that they tumped something over. And for people that don't know what tumping is that is halfway between it's tipping something over, but it not dumping.
Okay.
So it tumped over, and it completely blew my wife's mind. So tumping, tipped but not dumped.
Gotcha.
So anyway, that's my last one. Anyway, I was looking at the data while I was having a senile moment, And I just wanted you guys to know that the PHX cars are still in the lead. That's my big takeaway. Anyway, so Matthew Beaumont, 45.117. Nathaniel Fever's running a 44.9, so the pace differential between the two cars has started to close down a little bit.
Okay.
But Nathaniel Fever's still faster, almost to the tune about 2/10. Hajo Horman, who's been in the car for 54 minutes, lapping at a 45.533 on the average. 3/10 faster than Mikhail Kornev in the number 3 car.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there is definitely still some time to potentially nail the undercut. So we're getting into that phase of the race where when they take their last pit stop here, when Hajo takes his last pit stop, he's going to be good to the stint timer to make it to the end of the race.
Well,
So potential undercut opportunity here between the number 3 and the 318 car.
well, and here's the other thing I'm wondering too. Again, Horman's staying in the car, no teammates today. Kornev in the number 3 is going to be handing off to Kildashev again. So what does Kildashev's pace look like during his, or what was his pace during his stint compared to Horman? Is that gap going to continue to close? Because we're still talking almost 25 seconds, right? So is that gap going to continue to close, or could it possibly open back up?
No, Kildashev and Kornev are driving about lockstep in terms of pace. There's maybe
Okay.
plus or minus a tenth.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, and Horman is driving at about the pace, a little bit slower than he was in stint 3, which for him was his second stint for everyone who might not have been paying attention at home because he took a drive-through. But he's driving at I'd say about a tenth slower than he was in his previous stint. So his pace figure is holding consistently about 3/10 faster than the number 3 car.
Gotcha. Okay.
So even if they switch in Kildashev to finish the race out, they're gonna have to find some answer to that 3/10 delta, because the pace difference, the space between Kornev and Horman right now, the gap is large. I will admit.
Mhm.
We're looking at I would say about what would that be? 15 seconds between them right now. But we still have more than an hour in the race, more than an hour of calamity, more than an hour of everything to kind of fall to
Yeah.
pieces. So Kornev is really going to have to, the number 3 car is really going to have to start figuring the pace out, because Horman is moving at a pretty rapid rate right now. Anderson's in the pits.
Yep.
So is Thomas Mraz.
Matthew Beaumont. Pit stops have started for the last hour of this race, and this is really where we look at it now. Is this where your 4-hour endurance race now becomes a 1-hour sprint race, right?
Yep.
These guys are going to go in, they're going to get fresh shoes on, they're going to come back out, get them up to temperature, and then it's on like Donkey Kong for this last hour. And I'll be curious to see, maybe it'll tell us something too. Like you said, Horman had lost a little bit of pace, maybe a tenth and a half, what have you. But I wonder if now, once he's in, we're going to see him drop that back down, or I should say bring that back up to what Retro just said in the chat. They're going to send it. They're all going to send it every corner and see what can happen.
So here's kind of what I'm thinking. So Beaumont was white flagged. I saw him drop to 3rd. Did something happen on track
Whoa.
just now? I'm looking right now to find the 835 car. Oh no, they pitted. Van Hove is in the car now. Okay, so that's what happened. For whatever reason, I didn't get the pin indicator on my side. That's okay. That's not a big deal. But so here's the thing about Hajo and Kornev in particular, in comparison to the rest of the field. Both people that have taken late-ish pit stops consistently throughout the race, they may be going for the lighter load. Push into your next to last stint as far as you can. Run the clock down as far as you can take it, so that way you take less fuel. Less fuel means a lighter car. Lighter car with fresh tires. They're going to be lapping, I mean, people have like him and Hod one way or the other about like how much like a liter of fuel will get you in terms of like pace and stuff like that. Let's just assume lighter car, faster car, especially when you got fresh rubber. So who's going to bite first on the undercut? Is it going to be Hajo, or is it going to be Mikhail?
Yeah.
the Philip Millie school of thought on endurance racing is you never let the car you're racing undercut you under any circumstances. Like once you get to the phase where you're inside the stint timer, you never let the car you're racing get the undercut.
What do you think, Kevin? Is that true? You agree with that?
You want me to be honest?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I spaced out. I was
That's fine.
looking at the pit wall
I-
data, and I didn't.
I just
So
want
I
you to
didn't get
know,
anything.
Kevin. I just want
So,
you to
yeah.
know, Kevin, you're hired. Like seriously,
Yeah,
that is
like,
the
seriously.
best. That is the best answer anyone has ever given. You want me to be honest? I stopped paying attention. Like
I
that right there
spaced.
is exactly what you need to say anytime you're like, oh, Philip asked a question.
Yep.
I need to give an honest answer. I just stopped paying attention.
I mean,
But
I was
anyway,
checking
real
the
quick.
pit wall data,
go ahead.
and then I heard my name.
Yeah.
I do the same thing.
So yeah,
philo-
I agree. If that's something good, and no, that's completely wrong.
It's something bad. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's a very so in America we have this sports figure that like loomed large in professional sports for the longest time named John Madden. That is a very John Madden answer, and I really appreciate that you gave it.
Phil, before you talk about that real quick, I am going to take another step away here for this last hour.
Yep.
I'll let you guys review that, and then we'll be back to see once these pit stops have rolled through. I want to see who's going to push it. I can't wait. So
it looks like Hajo Horman is going to take the pit stop before Mikhail Kornev, which makes sense. Makes sense. But he is taking the pit early. He's taking it at 59 minutes, 47 seconds. Mikhail's got another minute or so if he wants to breach the 1 hour mark. The thing that I was saying in the chat is my school of thought in endurance racing, you never let the car that you're racing undercut you. My philosophy on that is that once you get into the area where from a fuel perspective and stuff like that, you're safe to get to the checkered flag. You want the car that is pushing on the older tires, you want them to try to push as deep in their stint as possible. Because that is the likelihood where mistakes are going to happen, right? Your tires are older, you're dealing with traffic. When you decide to take the pit, when you decide to take the undercut and get your fuel set and get on your new tires, that gives you like more time to react than somebody who pushes way deep before their last stint. That's just my philosophy on it. But I'm also not a fast or smart driver at all. So that's just take it for what it's worth. Looks like we got an incident with a 318. What do you think of that philosophy with the never letting the car you're racing undercut you?
Well, track position is very, very important. I mean, as we said earlier, getting right after the car in front is one thing, and overtaking is one completely different. So if you may be in front of the car, but maybe the car behind is better at defending, and then here undercuts you. So track position, always track position. And to be honest, if I was Corny, I would push to the end of the stint timer. He had like 5 more minutes, maybe. 5 minutes.
You're saying just based on the way the stint timers lined up for these guys, it was already the case that Kornev was going to be pitting later than Horman, because Horman pitted before pretty much consistently throughout this race. We got a yellow flag for Poco Loco, who's racing Jarrett Skinner and Anthony Anderson right now. But anyway, so Kornev was already going to be pushing past Horman. But you're saying it probably would be more beneficial to Kornev to push his stint timer as late as possible so he can have, I'm assuming, as light a fuel load as possible for his last stint?
Exactly. And he would have better tires with less laps on them. So I think that would be more beneficial to him. Anyway, he had like 25 seconds gap. I don't think Horman is not closing that gap, but it's hard. 1 hour,
Yeah.
well, less than
Yeah.
1 hour.
It's going to be interesting because the thing is that Horman is lapping pretty consistently about 0.3 faster than.
Yeah, but I think he needs to be 3 times faster than.
Yeah.
More than 3 times faster. Sorry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, let's actually see because so Kornev went into the pits and he was in for 1:09 on his stop. Let's take a look at Horman. Horman was in for 1:25. So that right there is kind of not what you're looking for when you. So it looks like Horman might have just sacrificed his shot at catching the number 3. Just based on how different that pit stop was, because he was not greater than 20 seconds behind Kornev, but now he definitely is because he just sacrificed. What is that? 16 seconds in the pits. Like that's a big time loss.
Well, it could be the case that he didn't want to calculate the field left.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've been there, and I say, let's go full field.
Yeah. But the other thing is too is that brought Hajo Horman in the clutches of Skinner, because Skinner's only 2 seconds back. What is the pace difference between Skinner and Hajo right now? 45.766. So 45.607 for Hajo. So Skinner's like a genuine threat to Hajo right now. Like a genuine threat. Like he is, by sacrificing that extra time in the pits, he has not only made it to where he might not catch the number 3, but he might actually get caught by the 96 in the remaining 50 minutes and 46 seconds left in the race.
Yeah, time will tell us. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But we have to take into account that we still have 50 minutes left on the race, and anything could happen. Maybe a spin, maybe a crash. Anything pretty much.
But at the front of the field, though, the 74 and 835 cars have pretty much controlled the pace of the field the whole race. Really, the race starts for most people with P3, Evgeny Kildashev. He's currently, 22 seconds ahead of Warren Wilcock in the number 11. Warren Wilcock really inheriting 4th place after Hajo just completely left like 16 seconds on the table relative to Kildashev. So do you think with the pace delta, let's look at the pace delta between Wilcock and Horman now. That is, so Wilcock is sitting on 46.767. So he is like a second slower than Hajo.
Well, Wilcock is pitted now.
Wilcock. So, oh yeah, he is pitting. I did not realize that. Thank you for pointing that out. He was going. How long was he in for that stint? Oh, an hour and 2 minutes. So he made it for the stint timer. Not going to get a drive-through or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see how Warren comes out, because I believe Warren might have been in the fight with Rick Pixel and maybe Martin Krista, who 86 gets a stop-go penalty. That is unfortunate I believe that is the F1 meme team, Max Kotov, getting a stop-go penalty. That's going to hurt. And he was fighting with Anderson and Rick Pixel.
Yes, he was.
But Wilcock now into the pits. This being the last stop, going to drop him quite a bit. Be curious to see.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be. I think he's still going to be in for some good fights. We were just talking about Horman's pit stop going really bad. Like he left 15, 16 seconds on the table.
Yeah, I came back just as you were saying that, and I was curious what happened.
And now, so he's basically not racing Kildashev anymore. Like he's 40 seconds behind Kildashev.
Yeah.
But And actually, I got the timings wrong. Looks like Skinner is not as close, so he might just be stuck in 5th place now, or 4th place. He might have just settled for 4th place.
Yeah,
by,
depending. I mean,
that time on the table.
obviously something could happen up front to Kildashev, but it hasn't yet, and I don't think it will in that number 3 car. Kildashev out in the number 3 this time. Looks like Rick Pixel is staying in the car.
Yeah.
For this last stint. With a team of John Gray and Matt Comiskey joining him. Some great racing today. It's good to be back in this seat. I'm sure for some of the drivers, it's great to be back in the seat as well. And we got Kevin Huffman in the chat. Do you think he can give us a preview of what might come up soon? Like I said, I know, look around for November, December timeframe, guys. We're going to be doing an extended charity race. We're talking at minimum 12-hour stream and race sometime in the November, December timeframe once we pick a charity and get that set. I really want to do Mount Panorama this year for him.
Surprising nobody. You want to do a Mount Panorama race? Surprising no one.
Well, it's more fun for us.
That is true. I mean, it is spicy.
It's
Mount Panorama is a spicy race.
And if somebody doesn't get Retro a mullet livery for his car by then, I will be so disappointed.
We just need a Box3 logo with mullet. Like that just needs to happen, man.
What you know what he needs is you know the if you go to Reddit the PC Master race guy, right? The little yellow dude with the white, it's just a white circle for a head and he's got the hair flowing back off the hair. We need that but for retro.
Yeah.
Something similar. I don't want to steal that. I'm just saying he needs something like that on the side of his car. Or on the hood.
I hear you. Man, I'm looking at the stint graph in Pitwall.live. I don't know if you can see this or not, Kevin, but man, the number of drive-through penalties we have gotten in this race is mind-blowing.
I cannot sit up.
I mean, I'll tell you what I'll do for you guys, just so you can get a look at this. This is
welcome in, Hayabu. And yeah, let's go.
Wild stuff.
Let's go, Huff. What are we doing? What's next, buddy? 6 hours of what? Come on. Dump it out there.
I'll post this in Media VC chat so you guys can see it. But man, a lot of penalties. Holy cow.
Oh, I guess. Wait. Did you post it yet?
Yeah, it's in Media VC.
Yeah. Those are all penalties?
So you see on the graph, every time you see numbers that happen in close sequence to one another.
Yep. Okay, I got you now.
That's a drive-through. So if you look at Max Kotov and you see 3, 4, 5, that's a drive-through. So you've got drive-through there. You've got a drive-through penalty for Fabio. You've got a drive-through penalty for Cameron. Drive-through penalty for Alberto. Claudio's got 2 of them. Kenny O'Connor's got 2. Anyway.
Yeah, good number of penalties this time.
Insert USA GIF here.
Going to CODIS next. When's that happening, Huff? Gotta make sure I get it on my calendar, but you know, we'll have Kevin. Oh yeah, that's probably gonna be somebody else. Only 2 weeks out. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Let's see, on the 10th? Yeah, I might be in the woods. But that's okay. Because we got Kevin. Got Phil. I'm gonna, you know what? I saw earlier what Lizzie had to say. I'm gonna at some point go to Lizzie and say, hey, I saw what you said about your Thursdays. Come on, join the broadcasting. Come on.
What you doing?
She commentates for Trackalicious on Thursdays. So I'm like, well, we're looking for broadcasters. Come on. Come be broadcaster. We're gonna have all kinds of broadcasters. People don't want to have to listen to you and I anymore, Phil.
What a wonderful time that will probably be for everyone involved.
Everybody involved.
That's right. It's like, oh, we're gonna listen. We're not gonna have to go through the TV guide moment with Philip. That'll be great. Everyone will appreciate that.
Have to hear about Southern things about carrying people places in aluminum foil.
Yep.
So
Full.
full. Yeah, Lizzie. When I say I'm going to the woods, it probably means I'm going hiking. I'm going to disappear for the weekend, go walk about, or at least for the day. I'd like to go for the weekend, but too much going on.
Gonna do some commentary tonight as well.
Ooh,
good for you,
There
Lizzie.
you go. That's
Good for
awesome.
I'll have to jump into the Tracklicious stream and give it a listen. Always glad to watch some of our other North American channels doing their thing.
Ooh, Anthony Vahove off track and into the gravel for a second.
That right there was probably just typical Ferrari moment where back end got loose, but it does look like he was able to keep it out of the wall.
Yeah.
Puerto Rican, by the way, well, congrats. It's always good. Always good to have some international involvement. Very much. Also, I mean, Eric over in Tracklicious does a real good job of getting some of our like Atlantic Island and then also South American, Central American folks involved as well, which is cool. The Puerto Rican esports crew was a lot of fun. We got to race with them a little bit with Box 3 when we were doing Beer League.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So definitely some cool folks there. Man, Beer League was so much fun.
Yeah, I know you guys had a blast doing that. I wish I would have been up to cover that, but I was always sleeping at that time because you guys run it at like 10 o'clock at night. And that's past old man time.
I would like to see. I personally would like to see. I would love to participate in endurance race involving the M2 as one of the cars that you could drive, because that car is the unsung hero of ACC, no question. It is one of the funnest cars to drive in the sim.
Well, listen,
in my opinion.
I tried to convince these guys, and that's why we're doing IMSA, right? That's why we're doing that true multi-class. I would love for us to take a season in ACC, an ACC season, and make it a true multi-class season. Put the M2s, GT4s, and GT3s all on the track at the same time.
Man, that would be mental, because the GT3s are so much faster than the M2.
That's okay.
But the thing is I think that the multi-class stuff is a lot of fun. And if we end up getting the GT2 pack in ACC, that will also add some extra flavor as well.
Do you think that's going to hit, Kevin? Do you think we're going to pull? How much support does ACC still have left in it? You guys think?
Oh, easy. It's got a lion's share of, like, it has. I would probably put the market at like maybe 60-40 in favor of iRacing for GT3.
No. Well, that's not necessarily what I mean. I'm talking more about they're already working on AC2, right? So obviously resources are going to go towards that. And with a new engine and everything, whatever they're doing for the back end of AC2, you know, I'm not saying there won't be an ACC game, but do you think it's going to be ACC, or that they're going to stop producing DLCs and such for ACC and instead move to, say, an ACC2?
I'm going to offer a hot take. Everyone loves those, right, on the internet. Hot take. ACC will get indefinite support as long as SRO is going to sign the check.
That I would agree with.
Period. Full stop. They will offer up AC2 as a sacrificial lamb to anything that involves SRO handing.
Yeah.
That's my hot take.
And I could agree with that.
Who knows very much wants to make another game. But if SRO is going to sign the check, they are 100% going to cash it. So that means people have been saying for a long time ACC is a dead game. It's not going to get any more updates. And then we got the updates to the 296. We got the Lambo. People have been talking about how we weren't going to get a new track. We got Valencia. Like I'm serious. ACC is not going anywhere. It's not dead. The only thing that would be the thing that would kill it is if SRO paid Kunos to license a brand new ACC successor.
Yeah. And that's, I guess, what I'm wondering is if we're going to get that eventually. If that's what's going to happen once AC2 drops out. Right?
Yeah, I for me, it's very much like I think it's really just down to I think them announcing AC2 put like a line in the sand, like a buffer, where like it's now competing priorities between developing the new game and dealing with the fact that they have this really successful title that SRO is going to continue to cut checks for.
Yeah.
Because it is very successful. It's drawing a lot of attention to sim racing. It's drawing a lot of attention to SRO and GT3 racing. I mean, Fanatic is the sponsor for SRO.
Yeah.
Is the title sponsor along with AWS. Like that's huge for sim racing. But yeah, but I'm also with Camp Retro on this. I'm definitely Team Mullet when the words Phillip Island appear anywhere, because if anybody has ever watched anything related to motor racing, especially in Australia and New Zealand, like V8 supercars and stuff like that, Phillip Island is no kidding one of the best tracks on Earth. Period.
I can't say I know that one, so.
Phillip Island is wonderful. So I got you covered right here. I'm going to DM you a race from YouTube, classic V8 supercars race.
Okay.
At Phillip Island, it's something else.
I'll have to take a look. And Lizzie, don't worry, I don't know anything about cars either. Push pedal, go vroom. That's the limit of my knowledge when it comes to cars. I just like what sounds the best, which is the Audi. So that's why I drive it. And really, I just use it as a plow to push Porsches off the track when they try to go around me. Things winding down. Even our Martin Krista now off track in T2.
Yeah, I think brain fade is starting to hit.
Yep. So Warren Wilcock picks up a P9 as Martin Krista gets spun and off again. Wow. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, Martin Krista suffering right now. See if they get the car back under him.
Yeah, I've been watching Foreman, and he's sliding as well. Not as much as Krista, but what? Almost 3 hours, 30 minutes in. So, yeah. I guess it makes sense.
I really thought we were going to see
fade.
Oh, yeah. I really thought we were going to see a tightening up of some times here and get a little horse race at the end. Poco Loco not that far back from Jarrett Skinner, but Skinner with the pace, obviously. His last lap was about 0.2 slower, but Skinner's had a great race today, done very well. And if you don't like cars, it's not your job, because if it were your job, you would have done my oil change like I asked, and you wouldn't do it. I was upset about that. I was going to drive down and see you. I ended up having to go to the local Toyota dealership instead.
I think that comment's going to go over, as they say where I'm from, like a turd in a punch bowl. Anyway.
Poco Loco is actually closing on Skinner a little bit here.
Yeah.
What are the chances we get a race here?
I mean, 44.680. First of all, I'm kind of curious where El Poco Loco found this pace, because he was 45.6, then 45.7, now running 46.8 or 44.68, I should say.
Okay.
So he has found almost a second, well, actually over a second in the car. This I could be because he pushed late in the stint, like Kevin was talking about earlier before when you stepped away, pushing late, running a light car with new shoes, and it's probably moving a lot better. So it is definitely, I think, more his race right now. He's running away from Anthony Anderson. Anthony Anderson's running 45.5 right now on the average. Skinner's running 45.2. So Poco Loco does have pace relative to Skinner.
Yeah.
In fact, Skinner is running pace more equivalent to Hajo in front.
Really? Okay.
And Hajo is running 45.2s, whereas Kildashev's running 45.4s.
Chris Finlay with a great race today, up 7 spots, finishing in, or looks to be finishing in 15th as of now.
Big gains.
Big
Guys brought
gains.
big gains.
Let's see. I think that might be our biggest gainer today. Yeah, that's gonna be our biggest gainer so far today. But nobody else, not everybody else is slouch. Alberto Hosius up 5 spots. Artem Kudasov up 5 spots. Anderson up 4 on the day, along with Jarrett Skinner. Same thing, up 4.
Man, let me tell you, Jarrett Skinner doesn't have that 15-second time penalty, and and he would be really close to catching Hajo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he wouldn't even be racing Poco Loco or Anderson. Wouldn't even be racing 15 seconds up the road. That much closer to Hajo. Hajo taking the drive-through penalty cost him because Hajo is a lap down and 13 seconds from the leader, and Kildashev is 80 seconds behind. So, like, I'm pretty sure would be having a different race in comparison had he not taken that early drive-through. Would have been fighting for a podium. Especially because he not only had the drive-through penalty, but then he also had the last pit stop where he added 15 seconds. So he's basically donated 45 seconds to the race that he'll never get back.
Yeah, it's too bad. Horman had great pace today. I don't know if we would have seen him keeping up with Sylvain Armour or Anthony Van Hove. Those two drivers, those two teams, I should say, just really pushing it out today.
He's easily the closest.
But yeah,
in terms of raw pace.
I think without, like you said, without the penalties and such, I think he could have done a lot better and been up there in at least P3, and ahead of Kildashev in the number 3 car.
So I'm looking right now at the stint timer because I think it is probably worth it given where we are in the race. Drivers that are under risk of potentially overrunning their stint timers. So Anthony Van Hove is relatively close to Sylvain Armour. So when Sylvain Armour starts the final laps, highly likely that Van Hove is going to be there as well. But Anthony Anderson took a very early last pit stop, 53 minutes 22 seconds in the car. Took the pit stop for the undercut. It's been in the car for 29 minutes 15 seconds. So relative to where Anthony is, who is a lap down, mind you, a lap down in 52 seconds, relative to where the race leader crosses the line to start the last lap, Anthony may be running just on the edge of what's allowable for stint time.
I would say that's going to be very close.
I mean, he may be within that last 5 minutes because remember, we got 65 minutes stint timers. He pitted relatively close to the I can't actually quite see specifically where. Oh yeah, no, never mind. He might actually be okay because he's north of the last hour of the race by about 10 seconds. Somebody who's not would be Alberto Hosius.
Yeah. The other one too, Diego Pastana.
Yeah, Diego Pastana also kind of north of that 3 hour mark because he pitted with 3 hours and or what is that? Yeah, he pitted just north of the 3 hour mark.
Okay. But it also seems like Alberto Hosius is not worried about it.
Well, I mean, he might not be racing Chris Finlay at all. And he might not be racing Diego Pastana, but I'm just saying, I'm just indicating that based on what I'm seeing from the data, the cars that are most under risk to not
Mhm.
hitting their stint timers relative to the race leader are probably Alberto Hosias and Diego Pastana.
Well, I think Hoses directly doesn't have any other option. I think he has to pit. I don't think he has the time to.
Yeah,
That's
no.
correct. He will take a drive-through penalty if he does not pit. Diego Pastana is really close because the pit stop for Claudio ended like he crossed the line at 2 hours 57 minutes 8 seconds. So depending on where Diego Pastana is relative to the track,
Mhm.
he could be like right on the verge. Like say for example, he crosses the line right before the race leader crosses the line to start the final lap.
Yeah.
Like that could be a situation where he ends up
Well,
potentially.
at the moment, the gap between them is almost an entire lap. An entire lap, sorry.
Yeah. So it's even more at risk. Like being
Mhm.
that far, he's even more under risk for potentially overrunning the stint timer. But anyway, I just thought that was a nice piece of data that the good news is for a majority of the field is the majority of the field is good, pretty much good to the regulations. Uh, Looks like Kudashev did jump in the car for the last run of the 86. Going back to that race you were talking about between Poco Loco and Jared Skinner, 44.862 average lap time for El Poco Loco in the 33. The 96 car, 45.313.
Wow.
And the gap is now down to what? Less than two?
Oh, Skinner went a bit wide, and they
Oh
touched it.
no, and there's the
Oh, no.
push.
That is unfortunate.
Jarrett Skinner getting pushed by Poco Loco. Let's go back and review that real quick. Yeah. Had him up the inside and just knocked him out of the way. We'll see if Poco Loco maybe slows down on the start-finish straight, gives that back. But Retro's job is not done yet. Time to go steward things. That's a shame having the end of the race like that, or you know, a battle near the end of the race end up like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, 18 cars to finish this race out. We got 25 minutes left in this race. The PHX cars, the Phoenix team, just completely controlling the race in terms of pace. And Kildashev right now looks like a deadlock for final podium spot. I'm really kind of curious what happened with Hajo on that last pit stop. Why the extra 15 seconds? Because I mean, his pace has dropped off a little bit, but I wonder how much of that is in management of trying to, hang on to fourth after donating an extra 15 seconds to, to the race that he'll never get back. So I'm just kind of curious why that went down the way that it did.
Well, it could be caused by exhaustion. I mean, it is a lot. 4 hours straight.
It is.
I don't know.
It is. It
I
is.
wouldn't do it.
And Jared Skinner is now just like just losing pace relative to Poco Loco now. The gap's now at 4.1 seconds, and it's constantly oscillating between 3.5 and over 4 seconds. Van Hove 8.2 back after that off track at turn 1. Looks like Sylvain Amor might be on lock to bring the 74 home. Race ain't over, but people have got definitely enough of a gap now. The field is stretched enough, right?
Yeah.
Molson, where things might just be locked in where they are.
Yep, no, absolutely. And well, with Van Hove's spin there, or off track, running into the gravel, is really what opened that gap up that wide, and it hasn't really flexed that much since that occurred.
Yeah.
Anthony Van Hove sitting in second. And as you know, we talked about it earlier, Anthony Anderson, one of our pro class drivers here at Box 3, one of our coaches, and you know, really consistent, really fast driver, and coming in 7th to this group of new people. So I love seeing these new challenges. This is why I love some of our endurance events that people show up for, because the drivers get new challenges, new challengers.
Yeah.
You know, we see seasons go by and certain people are always near the top. I won't say they always win, but they're always near the top, right? And I certainly don't call that boring. I think I'm happy for them that they're winning races and that they're or getting a podium and what have you. I think it's great. But it's always fun to see some new people come in. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what their pace is. You have no clue. And you get to see something like this where a guy as fast as Anderson is like, I better go tighten it up a little bit. I got some competition. So.
Yeah. Indeed.
Oh, we have a drive-through for car number 33. Poco Loco.
Oh, Poco Loco getting nailed with the drive-through penalty. I wonder if that is for track limits or for an actual penalty.
Let's go take a look here.
That will be interesting for sure. Because that was Miguel continuing to cheer on the 101 car. I love it. And the 101 car, it really did a pretty phenomenal job of recovering from getting dropped to pretty much stone last. So hats off to the 101 car for sticking with it, not giving up. Even when you make a mistake, even when you get a penalty, even when you have a collision, they never gave up. Hats off to them. Chris Finlay, the two M4s are going at it. Finlay and Hosius. I'm team wide sniffer. Let's go. M4s. Let's do it. The pig snout. Like everybody refers to the Porca as the pig, but I do think the M4 has the snout for it.
Right. Here's a question
Poco
for you
Loco.
too. Something. Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Poco Loco in for that drive-through penalty. Yep.
Yep, serving that penalty.
And that's probably going to give it over to Skinner.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he's already jumped up. So, so guys, why no Bentleys anymore?
Why no Bentleys? If I remember correctly, I believe where it is right now is actually in a pretty bad spot.
Really?
It is the one car that I think, from a BOP perspective, has suffered the most by far.
Gotcha.
Like there were actually pros in SRO that dropped because they were in the Bentley.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So I think right now the Bentley is just really in a tough spot from a balance performance perspective. Definitely the one thing kind of does need a look at. But then again, too, I'm not even sure SRO, the Bentley platform isn't even maintained anymore. So it's just all customer cars. Yeah, it's just not a good spot.
Oh, so they're not even running a team themselves anymore, is what you're saying?
Yeah, there is no Works Bentley team anymore. It is all It was all customer. And in 2023, I don't even know if they ran one.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there was a customer that ran one. Because I can't remember what car Jordan Pepper ended up moving into, but it's definitely not the Bentley.
Oh. It's always too bad when there's, the Bentley was never my favorite car, but it's always too bad when there's less options for competition out there, right?
Yeah. I'm looking, for whatever reason, in SRO, they don't even have them listed in beyond 2020, but there were cars running Bentley later than that. So let me look at the SRO calendar and see if I can get something from Wikipedia to tell me when's the last time a Bentley ran in SRO. No, there was a Bentley Continental GT3 this season. TKO,
Was there?
Flying Lizards. Yep. It was. Let me see here.
Welcome in, Cam.
Yep.
I'm assuming that's Cameron Miller talking about number 92 car. El Poco Loco now with an opportunity to maybe gain a little bit back after that drive-through.
40 Warthog cheering on Hajo. Like I said, Hajo's had a really good performance even after that lap 1 mistake. And yeah.
He's stuck it out this whole time, so.
Yeah, for me, Horman has been my driver of the day. I mean,
There you go.
second stint. Yeah, that was massive. So yeah, hats off to Horman. But I want to talk about that McLaren 101. With as Phil said, with all that they have been through, they're still getting to the finish line, and I think, yeah, they should get an applause. I mean,
No, I'm with you on that. I you know, any time a driver or a team, you know, has that lap 1 incident or gets slapped with a penalty, or you know, and the 101 car only had a single drive-through, which many others did too, right? But you know, anytime a driver or a team gets hit with that kind of right up front, you know, I like it better when people stick around. I understand why they might leave. I get it. But sticking around, I think, is the right thing to do, right?
Yeah.
It just, yeah. Like I said, I get why people might leave. I don't harass anybody about it, but I think sticking around is the right thing to do. And if anything else, especially if you're one of those faster teams, right? If you're say let's say you're a Hajo Horman, you know, now it becomes a recovery drive, right? How quickly and how many and how safely can you get back to where you want to be? So
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Hajo has been inside the top 6 pretty much the majority of this race. He is like one retirement potentially from being on like a podium, for example. Like if something in the middle of the race had happened to either 74, the 83, or the number 3, he'd be right there in for a podium. If he had not gotten the drive-through penalty and the extra 15 seconds for his last pit stop, probably would have been on for a penalty or for a podium. Because I mean, he's 38 seconds back from Kildashev right now.
I was gonna say, would at least have had Kildashev within striking distance.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just one of those things where not giving up. It definitely has. It definitely has its advantages, especially when it comes to endurance racing. And as Box 3, although, man, I am just watching. Did you guys see Finlay in the background?
yeah,
Doing that monster drift. like, can we get, like, I know we just did the driver of the day from Kevin, but definitely Formula One or Formula Drift, like, move of the day.
There it was.
Was look at this, kicks it out and then kicks it around again. I mean, seriously, dude, Formula Drift, 10 out of 10 style points for the 61.
I think he got bored and he's just showing off.
I mean, if he's showing off, he's doing a good job, because whenever I try to do that, normally what ends up happening is the direct drive wheel wants to snap my hands off.
Right.
So
El Poco Loco, after that, receiving that drive-through penalty, able to move back up into P7 ahead of Rick Pixel. El Poco Loco.
it has been a fun race. We got 13 minutes and change left. Silva and Amor 7.6, 7.7 seconds ahead of Van Hove. Just trying to hang on. Pace is there. Can make it to the end. Now just gotta get the car home safe. Jarrett Skinner, inheriting 5th place after Poco Loco gets nailed with that drive-through penalty. Anthony Anderson moves up into 6th as well. Actually, is Anthony going to be able to stay out in front of Mr. Poco Loco? Let's see what the pace delta is.
That's a 10-second
Yeah,
gap with under 13 minutes. I gotta think he's safe.
45.8 to a 45.5, so 0.3. So yeah, he's probably safe. But you never know. Racing do be like that sometimes. You never know.
Now, gonna take that 12 minutes, let's call it. Just taking a look down through here again. Yeah, Alberto Hosius is definitely in trouble with stint timer. Ilmaza.
What about Diego Pistana? Like he's the next closest one that was at risk.
49.5 right now with 12 left. Gonna be close. That puts him at 62 minutes roundabout. 62,
Yep, and
63,
then
so he's gonna be real close.
Yeah.
Same.
So
if
the other thing to think about there is like because we've been talking about this from the perspective of purely just time, like how much do they have in their stint timer. But they've also got to have the fuel in the car for a potential extra lap from the race.
Yeah.
So if you're racing normally however many liters you put in for 65 minutes, that is.
Antonio Piu in the number 715 car off track and lets Artem Kudasov take up P11. That was out of nowhere. Had to take a trip off into the Toolies.
He's getting some autocross experience right there. Looks like he's moving off to the side. Not sure if he's just letting some folks that are racing. Although maybe that's maybe I couldn't tell if that was. It looked like two Makas. It couldn't have been Mormon and Kildashev. Oh no, it was Mazza and maybe Cook. I can't tell, but it definitely looks like Antonio moved over. Try and let some of these faster cars through. And there's your race leader.
At this point, just a tooling and hot lapping.
Like just now, the 835 just exiting the last corner. So persistence from the 74 seems to have paid off for him. 835 definitely had single lap pace on the 74 car, but the mistakes just add in time. Like that's what'll lose you spots in an endurance race, wasting time.
Before we get to the end of this here, folks, just under 10 minutes left to go. I do want to thank everybody that joined us today. On behalf of myself, Phil, and Kevin, we always have a blast doing these. It, again, has been a while. And to do a 4-hour is just tearing it out of me a little bit. El Poco Loco spun. Back this up real quick and see. Is this another? Yep. Catching that corner, and that's all it took.
Too much of the curb. Too much of the curb actually probably, and might have dipped the right front off the other side of the curb.
Loco,
and is he stopped again?
No, he's still. Well, yeah, it looks like he might have stopped again, and still trying to get. Or still trying to get moving. But it looks like he lost it heading in towards the chicane.
Yeah.
So now Rick Pixel feeling better. Got a 15-second gap back to Poco Loco. That's going to be very hard to close up within the 9 minutes we have left here today.
And we have Pestana on the wall. Let's see if... Yeah, he can rejoin safely.
Ooh.
Goes by.
Diego.
Car.
Wow. Yeah. That car is...
ganked.
Not happy. I wonder if he's gotten the meatball flag. He might... The game might force him to pit.
I mean... I would accept the car if they gift it to me. Not
you would accept the car? You would accept the car if they gifted it to you?
Yeah, even in that state.
Huh? I mean, because that's the thing. You leave it parked in the garage with the front end facing inward, and whenever people walk by, they're like, "Man,
Yeah, right.
Kevin owns a Ferrari.
He looks
That's,
like
that's a nice looking car.
Pistano will not be heading into the pits.
But
Keep it
look
out.
at the understeer. He is struggling
Yeah.
to keep that car on the track. The understeer is real. That front left is probably not happy. So anybody else? So Chris Finlay is 1.5 behind Alberto Hosius. That's your closest fight on track. And then you got Van Ho, 8.9 back from Elmore. I think that's just locked in. That 1 and 2 is probably just locked in place. It's all just down now to surviving for 7 minutes. And the 101 looks like it's having a bit of a struggle bus going into Europe car.
Yeah. I was just looking at that because I saw a white flag pop on the 101, so I wanted to check and see if they had spun out somewhere or were sitting in the track again.
This was just such a fun race. I just
It
have to
was.
say.
Good to sit up here again with Phil and cast judgments upon all the people on the track.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Kevin, thank you for joining us. This has been a lot of fun. I hope you've had a good first time casting with us.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me.
Yes.
And yeah, I had a lot of fun.
And you
I'm a bit
learned,
tired, not
Go
gonna
ahead.
lie,
yeah.
but yeah, good fun.
And you learned about tinfoil hats, and well, you probably already knew about tinfoil hats. I'm assuming that
Aluminum.
making an assumption, and you know what they say about
Everybody
assumption.
know, yeah.
Yeah, aluminum.
Aluminum foil. Yep.
Aluminum foil.
But yeah.
Is that gonna be the next merchandising product?
Oh,
yeah.
man, if they could make Box 3 tinfoil hats,
That'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
that'd be great. We're getting the equivalent of for the youngsters out there. There was this guy that used to stand off stage and would reach out with a cane to like pull you off.
Yeah, yank you off the stage by your neck. Yeah, Brutal's getting upset with us. Aluminum foil.
Also, Damien Goat, like, yes, please stop.
Yeah,
we give the people what they want, and what the people want right now is for us to shut up. So I'm gonna just talk about the race.
No, but Lizzie's right. Some people learned about mullets today, so we got that going for us. We taught them about the wonder and the wonder and simple majesty of Retro Coffin's hair. So,
That's exactly and my dad's wearing his tinfoil hat right
there
now.
you go. He's got his hat on. It's good.
Yes, mullet talk again. Hey, we said the words majesty, Retro. We mean it. We mean it. That hair holds greatness.
There's like that hair is so awesome that you have to come up with almost like Willy Wonka words, right? Like it's stupendiferous or so. Like you have to make up new words to describe it because the words that exist now just don't even. But yeah. He's too busy watching IndyCar. He's not watching us. We might as well pack up shop. The hair's not watching us anymore. Somebody else can finish the race.
Oh, so that's why we're not getting any penalties.
That's why. That's why there's no penalties.
He's watching all the penalties in IndyCar. I'm pretty sure that there'll be a few. There'll be a few penalties in IndyCar. I'm pretty sure that your boy Scott Dixon's going to run somebody off the road and blame him for it. So.
Well, as we said earlier, Alberto Hosius has got a drive-through penalty for extending that driver timer, steam timer, or whatever.
Oh wait, Anderson at
With
55
3 minutes to go.
And Alberto Hosius is pulling that penalty. You said, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he
Correct.
just we knew he was going to get there. I'm trying to see if anyone else is going to hit it. Doesn't look like it.
I don't think so.
Everybody else is down in... Anthony Van Hove is at 56 minutes. So, I mean, should be fine, but depends on how the laps, you know, wash out here at the end. Anthony Anderson is at 56 minutes. So, again, another one, I think, Phil, you said earlier, cutting it pretty close there when we talk about Anderson.
Oh, Charlton. Or no, that's Kenny O'Connor losing the back end.
I think Krista has got a drive-through penalty as well.
Really?
Yep.
So that makes Kudasov might be able to snatch a spot.
Which, who pulled that?
Showing 2
Oh,
DTs.
Krista.
Now, Krista is out of the pit lane now, and Kudasov on
Okay,
the last
Kudasov.
corner.
Okay. Number 6 has a DT. That'll give Finlay an opportunity.
So what's the penalty if you don't serve the drive-through? Like 30 seconds added to total race time?
Oh,
No, I don't think it's 30 seconds.
Or-
I think it's more than that.
Isn't it like 50 something or... I think it's like 50
It's
something.
I think it's more than. Yeah, it's 90. at the
Is it
end.
90? Wow. Kenny O'Connor again was going to look to move on Diego Pastana, but could not get there and is now yellow flagged.
Pastana is just trying to get this Ferrari home out in front of Kenny O'Connor. Kenny
Right.
O'Connor's got Taco Hood going on as well.
Well, the thing is, they were 10 seconds apart at one point, and then twice now O'Connor's tightened it down, but then ends up losing it. And yeah, neither one of those cars, the 425 or the 87, are looking healthy.
90 seconds at the end of the race, says Retro Coffee.
Yeah.
So it looks like if I'm looking right now, double check where's the race leader at. So the race leader is going to.
Whoa, and a push right there.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The number 6 car gets a disqualification for
El Poco
not serving the
Loco.
drive-through potentially.
Well, Alberto Hosea is heading into the pits now.
I mean, he's in the pits. He's black flagged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's done. So white flag with Hosius right now. So this is the last lap for him in the 80, or not Hosius, but Amore in the 74.
Well, Pastana's the one in trouble now with an hour almost 2 minutes on the sit time.
Oh, he'll make it. He'll make it.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're on white flag right now. So even if he takes another lap, he'll make it.
Gotcha.
Armour now going to the Seat hairpin, headed into Sector 2 to finish out final lap after 4 hours of Barcelona. What a race, man. What a race.
And 5 more seconds for El Poco Loco for causing a collision.
So
I don't think that's going to cost him.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't
Okay.
cost him anything. Wilcock is still 25 seconds back, so...
Mhm. Here comes our leader. I think he's gonna. Is he gonna wait?
The leader has finished the race.
And he waited for his friend. I told you guys. I knew they were racing together.
That is funny. That is funny. That's good stuff, though. That's good stuff. That's good.
It is.
That's good teamwork, man. Come on,
well, it
man.
is. No. I'm like I said. I'm 100% down with it. Let them. If this race means you get to practice running with your teammates and making passes, like I said, I don't think there was necessarily any communication of, hey, you take the lead now. I think it was more practice with each other, right? So good on them, 100%. Ajo Horman crosses the line in P4. Kildashev still out racing right now. Warren Wilcock locks in P9. Fabio Mazza finishes out with the 101 car in P13 with Michael Cook P14. Oh, I got stuff in front of Phil's face. We got my cameras are all jacked up here.
You're good. You're good.
Got my cameras are all jacked up here.
So let's do.
Garrett
that
Skinner
one right
locking
there.
P5. Anthony Anderson crosses in P6 today. Rick Pixel looked to finish out in P7 for his team of John Gray, Matt Comiskey. Pixel with the double stint there at the end. Coming across the line. Now El Poco Loco going to pull an extra penalty here at the end of the race, but again, with Warren Wilcock 25 seconds, 26 seconds, whatever it is behind, should not be an issue. Kildashev did cross in P3 and takes that last podium position. Warren Wilcock, as I said, P9, and Martin Krista rounds out the top 10 today. So great race, and Bill, what'd you think? I mean, it's one way to get going again, but woo, 4 hours is a long time, man.
4 hours is a long time, but man, let me tell you, that was a fun race. It was awesome that we had a lot of good action pretty much throughout the race. It also was a lot of fun to watch some of the people move back through the field after running into some early shenanigans. I'm thinking of the 101 car. I'm thinking of also I'm thinking of Hoja. What was it? The AMG. The 805 after getting involved in some early lap collisions.
Yeah.
So it was just a really good race. I really feel like there was a lot of things to take away. The thing that I'm going to take away from this is that McLaren's not nearly as meta as I had gone into this race thinking. So I was way off on that. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next event.
Look at you take care of your dad, making sure you don't have to watch commercials at the end of a race again. That's awesome.
I mean, gotta keep him happy. Gotta
Right?
keep him happy. Otherwise, he's just gonna like box my ears whenever I go visit him. Gonna drum my skull with that TV guide.
Slap you around. How about yourself, Kevin? Did you have a good race today? Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Excellent.
We had some great racing. Very close racing for an endurance race.
It was. I agree. Kept it very close through most of it, so that was excellent. Well, folks, if this is the kind of things you like to watch, if this is the kind of thing you like to do, come join Box3 Motorsports. We're there. We're on Discord. The league is on Discord. Why can't I copy things anymore? Oh well. But come join our Discord. You can find it on the About page here on Twitch. Be sure to come back for our next event. Looks like, according to Mr. Kevin Huffman, we will be here in 2 weeks on the 10th of September for 6 hours at COTA. I may not be here. I don't know who will be here. Maybe Kevin will be here. Maybe Phil will be here. I don't know who will be here. I don't know who will be sitting in this spot. But the race will definitely be happening. So if you want to go drive it, go drive it. And we will have more events. Please remember, charity event coming up November, December timeframe. iRacing is still happening at Box 3. The FF 1600 League finishes out, I think, in the coming week. And the IMSA season starts in October. So if you are an iRacer, get over there. We're going to put that out very, very soon. I'm going to release that IMSA season this week so people can start practicing, doing what they want to do, and get ready. Beyond that, anything else, Kevin?
Sorry, I was muted. Well, again, thank you for inviting me.
Of course.
Thanks to all the drivers that raced today with us, and to all the people in the chat.
A lot of fun. Phil?
Yeah, that's it. I had a lot of fun.
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Anytime someone joins us and they have a lot of fun, because that's what we're here for, is fun. We don't take it too seriously. Phil, how about yourself, sir?
Man, it's just great to be back. Great to be back. Looking forward to more.
It is always good to be back, isn't it? Well, we're good. We're glad to be back. We hope that all of you watching are glad to have us back. Stay tuned to the Discord so you will know when things are going to happen. And don't forget, most races, you can join us right here if you're not driving and watch. So on behalf of myself, Phil, and Kevin, thank you all. And on behalf of the entire League of Box 3 and the drivers, thank you, everybody. Have yourselves a wonderful week. Stay out of trouble. Don't take any wooden nickels.